tonight. I always start with the ON-OFF switch. How about now? How about now? Yes. How about now?
And one more time.
Is muted. Channel 2. Hey, hey, Channel 2. Here is Channel 2. Channel 2. Channel 2. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. Channel 2. Good?
Wait.
Wait.
Say something.
Say something. Channel 2.
All right. Boy, our delay is really low.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Economic Outlook Conference. Will you all please rise for the national anthem?
Thank you. You may all be seated. Good morning and welcome to the 35th Annual Indian Wells Valley Economic Outlook Conference presented to you by the Ridgecrest Chamber of Commerce. My name is Chris Hill. I'm the chairman-elect of the Chamber Board and the chair of the EOC Committee. I'd just like to thank you for being here this morning. It is now my pleasure to welcome to the stage our MC for the day, Miss Natalie Durrell, head of PR at Saracoso Community College. Natalie's been a valued member of our chamber board for many, many years, and we are excited to have her join us in this capacity today. Please welcome Natalie.
Good morning, everyone. How is everybody today? Are you as excited to be back in person as I am? Because it's kind of a feeling of being back to some form of normal, right? Whatever normal is. I wish my dress size would go back to normal. This coming December, I will be ending a 40-year career at the college. And I tell you that because it's been a wonderful job. I've been able to be a part of the chamber and the businesses here local and interact with many of you personally. And it's kind of a surreal feeling to leave an organization after 40 years. But the real reason I say that is because I will be unemployed and I'm seeking a job. So all job offers can be sent to www.ineedajob.com. All right. It is my honor to be here with you all and our speakers today. The EOC committee has been working hard to provide a very thoughtful and engaging conference for you again this year. This is our 35th annual Economic Outlook Conference. For 35 years, the Ridgecrest Chamber has sought to bring together the leaders of our communities to help us cast a vision for what lays ahead. Of course, none of us could have predicted the earthquakes of 2019 or the pandemic of 2020, 2021, 2022. And while these events do impact our economies, they could not be predicted. But what we have learned is that families matter more than we realized. Self-care is not self-indulgence. We have embraced technology in new ways, and there's no going back. Zoom fatigue is a real thing. When your world gets small, nature lets us live large. Nature continues to thrive even if the world has shut down. We can hope for stability, but we have to prepare for the opposite. We're never going to be the same. Our cities, our communities, the way we conduct business have changed. Our eyes have been opened to a whole new world brought on by these catastrophic events. But we've learned something about ourselves. I'll never forget when my husband and I were sitting on the couch one day and he looked over at me and said, "Would you cut my hair?" And I said to him, we were in shutdown at the time, and I looked at him and I said, "Really? You're gonna trust me with a pair of scissors around your head? Let's go." But I learned how to cut hair. Nobody would say this has been fun, but we have proven to be more adaptable, creative, and resilient than we ever thought we could have been. So thank you. Thank you for being a part of today's event. We're going to begin this morning with an invocation. Fabian Perring is the rector of Christ the King Anglican Church in Ridgecrest. He was ordained in 2018 after graduating from Nashua House Theological Seminary. Father Perring is originally from North Carolina. Together with his family, he enjoys hiking and being outside. You've picked the right place for that, just not in the heat of the summer when the rest of us become moles in our holes and afraid to stick our heads out for fear of being scorched by the sun. But it is a dry heat. Please, in 2021, Father Perring began serving as a Ridgecrest Police Department chaplain and is also part of the China Lake Mountain Rescue Group. Please welcome Father Perring.
Good morning, everyone. I was told I could preach for 45 minutes. Just kidding, I won't. But if you are not part of a congregation, I would like to invite you to Christ the King Anglican Church. We just bought a new building over on Norma and Wilson, so you are invited if you would like to hear me preach. But for this morning, I will just pray for us. Let's pray. O Lord Jesus Christ, in your earthly life, you shared our toil and hallowed our labor. Guide those who maintain the commerce and industries of this land and give to all who labor pride in their work, a just reward and joy both in supplying need and in serving you. Father, we just pray that this time will be a good time for all of us to learn more about what is going on here in Ridgecrest and in the world. We do pray for peace in all places, especially in Ukraine today. God, we just pray that, we will be able to work together in unity here, and that we can show other people how to do that. So with that, we pray in Jesus' name. Amen.
As we begin, I'd like to take a moment and recognize a few people who are here with us today. But before we do that, please turn your attention to the video greetings provided by our federal and state elected officials.
Hello, I'm Kern County 1st District Supervisor Philip Peters, and it's an honor to be speaking with you today at the 2022 Indian Wells Valley Economic Outlook Conference. Our slogan here in Kern County is grounded and boundless, and that is the perfect way to sum up both where we've been and where we're going. Our county is grounded by a strong work ethic, a pioneering spirit, and constant innovation. While we still have the friendly small-town appeal, we can also boast the world's 5th largest economy. We are one of America's top counties for oil and gas production as well as renewable energy. We are among the nation's leaders in both agricultural production and aerospace technology. Kern County is an amazing place to live and work, and is a place of boundless potential. While we have much to look forward to in the year ahead, we admittedly have our share of challenges. The cost of doing business continues to rise, while the county's year-over-year growth has slowed. Federal and state regulations continue to overburden our industries and negatively impact local business, and in turn, both local jobs and tax revenues. We continue to deal with the impacts of the coronavirus epidemic, as well as a growing number of cases of mental health issues. Both locally and nationwide, homelessness is on the rise, while the ability to recruit and retain law enforcement officers continues to decline. While we continue to deal with these many challenges in our community, our story has always been one of thriving in the face of adversity, of overcoming obstacles and aspiring to success. 2021 was a big year for Kern County. Through hard work and smart planning by county employees, we've managed to maintain a balanced budget that ensures our continued stability as well as places an emphasis on public safety. We have allocated over $1 billion to critical public safety and emergency preparedness infrastructure, ensuring both firefighters and law enforcement officials have the tools they need to continue to protect our communities. We've provided significant infrastructure as well as financial support to the hospitals, ICU nurses, and other healthcare providers as they continue to deal with this global pandemic. We've established anti-camping ordinances in order to help keep our neighborhoods as safe as possible, as well as direct our homeless population to resources they need to transition into safer and more stable environments. Additionally, we've authorized the construction of 2 new psychiatric healthcare facilities to enable quick and comprehensive care for those experiencing mental health crises. As for the year ahead, Kern County will continue to build on the success achieved in 2021. We're focusing on several key priorities: enhancing quality of life for all Kern County residents, becoming a model of excellence in managing our business and workforce, and continuing to develop a thriving and resilient economy. We will continue to make headway on quality of life concerns, homelessness, public safety, and infrastructure projects, while emphasizing customer service. We will make Kern County among the safest communities in the Central Valley by ensuring that our police and firefighters have the support and resources they need. We're going to improve communities throughout the county by continuing to address the impacts of homelessness. Our navigation center in Bakersfield is working well, leading to dozens of people getting off the streets and into permanent housing. We're going to replicate these efforts throughout the county and implement effective policies and practices that will have a measurable impact. We will work with local agencies, community-based organizations, and local residents to gather regular input to guide our decision-making. We will strive to be a model of excellence in managing county business and providing customer service. We will continue implementing new practices like Lean Six Sigma in order to streamline county government and be the most efficient stewards possible of taxpayer dollars. The bottom line is, although we have many challenges ahead, we also have the vision and boundless potential we need in order to overcome them. I'm confident that, as always, Kern County will continue to evolve and prosper. I'm looking enthusiastically ahead to a successful 2022, and I'm looking forward to working with you to make it a reality. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Assemblyman Vince Fall, and I'm honored to welcome you to the 2022 Indian Wells Valley Economic Development Outlook Conference. Our community has gone through a lot, and I've witnessed the resiliency of the residents and community leaders in the Indian Wells Valley. As we move from resilience to recovery and beyond, I will continue to work hard in Sacramento to represent all of the values that this region embodies: patriotism, faith, innovation, entrepreneurship, and hard work. I am confident that today's conference will show a strong path to economic success in the Indian Wells Valley, and I look forward to working alongside all of you to help our community. Thank you, and God bless.
Hi, I'm Senator Shannon Grove, and I'm honored to represent Ridgecrest in the California State Senate. I'd like to welcome all of you to the 2022 Indian Wells Valley Economic Outlook Conference. As a small business owner, I know firsthand how challenging the business climate can be, not only in the state of California, but in the midst of the governor's response to the pandemic, no less. All of us in this room, including myself, know the many obstacles of red tape that we have to cut through in order to make it as a California business owner. And like many of you, when something goes wrong, my team and I, we sit down and we do a root cause analysis to determine what we can do to mitigate the situation and how we can prevent it from happening again. Well, the legislature is no different, and this is the same process that my Republican colleagues and I go through in order to address the most pressing issues our state is facing. Last year, we fought hard for small businesses, and I'm pleased to report to all of you that our success was securing $4 billion in small business grants that you have access to to help you mitigate the loss that you had in the pandemic. California businesses are the backbone in our state and our economy, and their success has never been more important. Our economy is in the midst of one of the most pivotal times in our state's history. That's why I focused on supporting policies that promote job creation and a desirable business climate, and I will continue to fight against any bills that destroy the opportunity for a person to get a job. As the first female veteran elected to the California State Legislature, I've been committed to giving back to my fellow veterans and our service members. I'm beyond thankful that we were able to stop the closure and protect the Barstow Veterans Home. We secured $93 million in a budget allocation that kept the home open and operating. Ridgecrest, the beautiful city in the desert, has always been so strong. We faced many obstacles, including one of the state's most devastating earthquakes, and while the restoration is still in progress, I could not be more proud of how the community has stood side by side to support one another. I look forward to continuing my support of my constituents, not only here at home and locally, but also in the state capitol, where we face policy decisions that impact our families, our businesses, and our economy for generations to come. I'm blessed to represent and support the Senate District, District 16, and I'm honored to stand up against Sacramento bureaucrats while fighting for economic growth and stability for our community. Thank you for being here at the 2022 Indian Wells Valley Economic Outlook Conference, and God bless you, and I truly hope you enjoy your day.
Hi, I'm Congressman Kevin McCarthy, and I'm pleased to be joining you for this year's Ridgecrest Chamber of Commerce Economic Outlook Conference. Our community in Ridgecrest is vibrant and unique, but something that isn't unique to just the people of Ridgecrest, unfortunately, is the work to recover not only from the economic fallout of the COVID-19 pandemic, but from historic inflation. However, the residents of Ridgecrest, including everyone sitting in this room today, are strong. That's why I appreciate the work the Chamber is doing to help empower our small businesses. In Congress, I will continue to fight against reckless inflation, inducing spending, and raising taxes on our small businesses. Instead, I will continue to focus on advancing policies that help grow our economy and get Americans back to work. Know that with every decision I take, I will always put our community first. May you have a productive meeting in the conference today. Thank you, and God bless.
Okay, with us this morning in person is Kern County District Attorney Cynthia Zimmer. Cynthia Zimmer was elected as Kern County's 23rd District Attorney on June 5th, 2018, and took office on January 11th, 2019. She is a graduate of Cal State Bakersfield and Loyola Law School. She has been a prosecutor at the District Attorney's Office for 36 years. Mrs. Zimmer has tried nearly every type of criminal case, including narcotics, sex crimes, and homicides. As the District Attorney, Mrs. Zimmer is working to reduce violent crime in Kern County and provide better services to victims in rural areas. Please join me in welcoming District Attorney Cynthia Zimmer.
Good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here. I love to come to Ridgecrest. But how many of you are feeling anxious this morning about what's happening in Eastern Europe? I don't know about you, but I didn't sleep well last night. While you are the experts in the military and those kinds of things, I'm not going to comment on that. I'm going to talk about public safety in California. And that's not a particularly rosy picture either. In the last several years, we have seen crime increase. Those of us in public safety, we can say that California, as it relates to public safety, is in a state of chaos. And it is because of the change in the law. Starting at about 10 years ago, the legislature, which is now a supermajority of liberals, have enacted legislation that has repeatedly and more so become soft on crime. This legislation has been signed by Governor Brown and now Governor Newsom, and it is making it very difficult for law enforcement to do our job.
I'm lucky I made these notes.
I hear voices. One of the ways that we look at the crime rate is, of course, we look at our crimes of violence. And we look at the homicide rate, what has happened. Kern County, not so much East Kern, luckily, but Kern County is a violent county. In 2019, which was my first year in office as the elected DA, we were so fortunate because that year our homicide rate went down for the first year in 5 years. And then came 2020, the pandemic, the protests, a perfect storm for crime. And the legislature kept on softening penalties, making it more difficult to hold people accountable. So it was a difficult time, and our homicide rate went up. But in 2021, we remained pretty constant. And while in the cosmopolitan areas like Los Angeles and other areas, their homicide rate continued to grow. And in 4 different counties in California, they have progressive DAs, which they're not enforcing the law to the extent that the rest of the 54 of us are. Talking about the homicide rate, I wanted to tell you how it's measured. It's measured in percentage of 100,000. Kern County has the highest homicide rate in California, but it's done in a per capita type basis. And I talked to you about this because I want you to know how good things are in Ridgecrest. The homicide rate is 12% per 100,000 in Kern County. You look at what the homicide rate has been here in Ridgecrest, and the average is 2 per year. So Ridgecrest has 30,000 people. You'd multiply it times 3, since you have a population of less than 100,000, so that's 6% per 100,000. So it's very, very low. It's very low statewide, and it's very low for Kern County. You help bring our average down, but I can tell you that North Kern, Delano, Wasco, Shafter, and South Kern, Lamont and Arvin, and East Bakersfield drive up our percentage. And the governor likes to talk about that even in what he says is a conservative county, we still have a high homicide rate. Why is that? Because of gang violence. Because of gang violence. We still have terrific problems with gangs in Kern County in those areas that I talked about. But in East Kern, we are lucky. We are lucky, especially in Ridgecrest, that we have a low crime rate. Well, what is that? Why? A couple of reasons. You have good families here. I mean, it's really, how do you raise your kids? Do you raise your kids with encouraging them to go to school, to stay in school, to do things with the family? Yes. The root cause of crime is usually something that goes wrong in the family, where people and young people are looking for a family outside of their own because something's wrong. But also you have an excellent police department here, that they have a handle on things, and the sheriff's department has excellent coverage out here as well. But that's not to say that East Kern, specifically Ridgecrest, doesn't have issues. With the change in the law, you've really suffered as it relates to theft and drug offenses. And I'd like to talk to you briefly about something called fentanyl. Because of the change in the border, fentanyl is pouring over the border. Fentanyl comes from China to Mexico to the United States. And we have an opioid crisis and a fentanyl crisis now. And last year we had about 130 homicides in Kern County, but we had close to 250 fentanyl overdose deaths in Kern County. And it's getting worse and worse every year. So that's a drug. It's 100 times more powerful than morphine. And it's extremely addictive. So that's something that we need to be careful about out here, about fentanyl that's coming. But overall, While it's not a rosy picture in the state of California, one of the things that is encouraging is that public safety, the public is starting to care, even in Los Angeles, which really controls what happens in statewide voting. So I think public safety is going to be the on the minds of voters this particular election, because government's number one responsibility is keeping its residents safe. We cannot survive, we cannot prosper unless we are safe. One of the other things I'd like to talk about briefly before I go is the Ridgecrest Courthouse. And I don't know how much you know about the Ridgecrest Courthouse, but we are very fortunate to have a courthouse in Ridgecrest. In many counties throughout California, they are shutting down some of the courthouses and moving them because the judges control this and the state control this, these decisions, but I don't think it's good. And I think in the introduction, you heard that one of my priorities was making sure that we have services, specifically prosecutors and law enforcement, to people in rural areas. Now, you're not rural, but you're a smaller city, and it's important. And you're separated by geography from the county seat. So it is important for you to have a courthouse. You know, the state, the judges, and it came from Bakersfield, the judges there in the Superior Court bench shut down the Lake Isabella Courthouse. It was a one-day-a-week courthouse, but that was devastating to the community because the cases are spread out. Some come here, some to go to Bakersfield. So you have a victim of a crime that has to drive to Bakersfield for a preliminary hearing, where before they could just go to court. And it's been devastating, I believe, for Taft. That courthouse shut down, and the crimes in Taft, they have to go to Lamont. That has not been good for that city. Well, the Ridgecrest Courthouse is not, the physical building is not great. And it is on the state's list, very high on the list, to have a new courthouse built. And there's been some issues and some talk by the judges to close that courthouse, close the Mojave Courthouse, and build a new facility in Tehachapi. So when I found that out, I talked to the chief, I talked to your chief of police, as well as your city manager and your board of supervisors, and we talked about that, and let it be known to our presiding judge that that was not something that we thought would be good for Ridgecrest. Because think about it, if you have a victim of a crime here, he has to go to Tehachapi for court. Your officers have to go to Tehachapi for court. How are we going to get poor people to court? And our victims are very often poor people. Are they going to ride a shuttle with a person who harmed them who has to go to court on the same day? I mean, that's not going to work. But right now, the judges have abandoned that notion. They've told me that they want to keep a courthouse in Ridgecrest. So I'm very happy about that. I think that's good for the community. And so a new courthouse is slated, and at some point you should be hearing about when that's going to be happening. So for those of you in the room that help with that project and I know Ron Strand, I don't know if he's here, I can't see very well. If he's in the, hi, Ron. Thank you for your help, because I think you really led the charge in keeping that courthouse here, so hopefully that will happen. Otherwise, you know, statewide, we hope there's going to be some changes. We hope we can get legislators, whether it be Republican or Democrat, that care about public safety, because I can tell you it really shouldn't have anything to do with politics. When someone is murdered or raped, a child is molested, you know, we don't talk to those victims about what their political party is. We just try to get them justice. So that's what we're concerned about, and we are fighting the good fight. Thank you for everything that you do out here, and I appreciate having the opportunity to speak with you. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry about that. We were trying to figure out microphones back there. Okay. I'm going to recognize some elected officials that are with us today. We have, from the city of Ridgecrest, Mayor Eric Bruin. Also from the city of Ridgecrest, Vice Mayor Solomon Rajaratnam. Mayor Pro Tem Scott Heyman. Councilmember Kyle Blades. And City of Ridgecrest Manager Ron Strand. You just met Kern County District Attorney Cynthia Zimmer. We also have with us Kern County's Bureau of Investigations Chief Jared Kydell. And Perry Finzel from Congressman Kevin McCarthy's office is with us today. He wasn't sure if he was going to be able to make it or not, so he was gracious enough to send us a video just in case. But we do have Kern County Supervisor Philip Peters with us today as well. Also on the elected list, we have some school board members in the room, so give them a round of applause as well. And others from the Water District. So thank you for being here. I'd also like to recognize the 2022 Economic Outlook Committee. Chris Hill from State Farm Insurance and Financial, Gary Charlon. Bernie Mondragon from Bernie's Landscaping and Mariposa Construction, Inc. Beverly Wagner from Alta One Federal Credit Union. Chip, why aren't you here doing this? Holloway from Desert Empire Fairgrounds. Debbie Benson from Matarango Museum. Sarah Bradford from Econo Lodge. Solomon Rajaratnam from Mission Bank. Scott O'Neill from IWV Economic Development Corp. Rebecca McCourt, IWV EDC. And myself, Natalie Durrell from Saracosa Community College. Let me just say, this is what happens when you miss a meeting. You get nominated for things like this. Okay, moving right along, we have, we're going to begin our very first session with the Ridgecrest Outlook. I'd like to take a moment and recognize our presenting sponsor, Alta One Federal Credit Union. At the beginning of the conference this morning, we'd like to provide them an opportunity for you to hear from them, from our presenting sponsors. Without the support of our sponsors, the EOC would not happen. So I'd like to extend our gratitude from the Chamber. Thank you to Alta One and to all of our sponsors for their support of our 2022 EOC. All right, Alta One CEO, Stephanie Sears, is new to town, but not new to the credit union scene. Sears has worked in the industry for more than 10 years, most recently as CEO of Austin, Texas-based Star of Texas Credit Union. She has also served as a director for the Credit Union National Association. Stephanie is passionate my tongue is getting all tied up here. Stephanie is passionate about community involvement, economic growth and development, credit union culture and benefit, family and fun. With her multiple degrees and over thousands of hours of strategic work with CEOs, executives, and entrepreneurs, her strong will and focus on creating solutions, and her record for strengthening the communities around her, she is an incredible asset to Alta One and its diverse region of business. Please welcome Alta One's CEO, Stephanie Sears.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to this chilly, chilly morning. So I'm gonna let y'all in on a little secret. I am not a morning person, and I absolutely do not like being cold, so this is It was awesome of me to get up this morning. I'm glad y'all got up this morning. But regardless of all of that, I really want you to know I'm so excited to be here. Truly, here with all y'all folks today, here at this event. But mostly, I'm really excited to be here in Ridgecrest. So my name is Stephanie Sievers, and you get the bio thing that your marketing team sends over that you wish they wouldn't read. But my family and I did move here to Ridgecrest about 9 months ago so that I could be the CEO of Alta One. And I gotta tell you, I am in love with the city, the community, the area, and I'm in love with Alta One. And as all women do when they're in a romantic relationship, right? You love it, and you wanna make a couple changes and improve it. You know, and that's what's going on here, right? That's the case that I find myself here with Alta One. And the reason is because I feel like Alta One should be providing better support and be a better partner for our local businesses. So, y'all, I'm a military brat, a little bit of background. My father was a naval officer, and we moved all over the place, and I'm very grateful for that. One of the things you learn, though, is to call it like it is, and that's what's happening here. So in this case, I recognize that we haven't been the partner that we should have been for the entire business community. And for that, I'm sorry, truly. I don't know if you know, you can look on our logo. This is our 75th year, Alta One's 75th year of being in this community, being part of it, watching it grow from when it wasn't even really a community, right? It was just on base. This really wasn't even a whole town. We've been part of that. We've seen all the changes. And it's a wonderful town. It's a thriving community. And I'm so glad that we could be a part of it for the last 75 years. It's a great place to raise your children and have a family. It's part of the reason why I wanted to move here. And we've been here. Alta One has been here through it all. There's a Chinese proverb. Be not afraid of growing slowly. Be afraid only of standing still. And that's where we find ourselves as Alta One. But as we move into our 75th anniversary, we are no longer going to be standing still. And that brings me to what we're doing with Mission Bank. When Mission Bank approached Alta One, me, about acquiring their local Ridgecrest office, I knew that this was something that we needed to strongly consider. As I said, I didn't feel like we had been there like we should have been. And I didn't want our local businesses and all the business accounts to have to be moved to a different city. I looked at this as an opportunity for us to make amends, to keep banking local businesses local. And for me, this acquisition, it's not about getting more loans or getting more deposits. Alta One is a not-for-profit financial cooperative. We are not motivated by profit. We're not motivated by growth for the sake of growth. Our focus is on improving the quality of life for the members that we serve. And the best way that we can do that is by supporting our local businesses and helping them succeed. Because their success, it's our success. It's the community's success. And we have a duty to this community, to our member owners, to the residents of this community, to invest in the city's success. And that's what we're doing with the Mission Bank acquisition. So at this time, I'd like to ask Solomon to come up here and join me. And while he's coming up here, I just want to say that I am so excited to have Solomon and his entire team at Mission Bank join the Alta One family. And Solomon's job is actually going to be changing with Alta One, and I'm so excited about this, that Solomon is going to become the head of the business and lending department for the entire organization for Alta One. He will be bringing, yeah, isn't that great? Seriously. He'll be bringing his many years of experience and considerable knowledge to Alta One to help all of our business owners. He will be responsible for not only just the business lending, but all of its products, services, loans in Ridgecrest and in all of our communities. So there's simply just not enough adjectives that I can use to describe how excited and honored I am to have him join our team, to lead our business lending department, and to help us better serve you, our business community.
Thanks, Stephanie. Good morning. It's my pleasure to be here this morning. As Natalie said, it's very nice to be back in person for this conference. On a side note, I have been involved in this conference for over 10 years, always enjoyed that. So coming back to the merger. So this news about Alta One acquiring Mission Bank Ridgecrest branch came all of a sudden to me. That was not expected. One fine day, CEO of Mission Bank, Mr. A.J. Anton Giovanni, called from Bakersfield and said, I'm coming down to Ridgecrest, want to take you for lunch. You know that feeling when your big boss is coming to take you for lunch, which he doesn't do very often. So I was expecting the worst, but I was prepared. I was not worried. I was not disturbed because I know the events in my life are in God's hands. So we went for lunch, and he broke the news. He said, we are selling the branch to Alta One Credit Union, and they want all of you to work for their organization. So I was very calm. I didn't react. I said, okay, AJ, I understand. He was surprised at my reaction. He thought there would be an unpleasant situation. I was relieved. He was relieved. So that was the story. So I'm really excited to join Alta One Credit Union. It's not just me. My entire team is excited to join Alta One Credit Union. Banking is my passion, and Ridgecrest is my passion. I got so many offers from out of town to join financial institutions and banks, but my heart is here. I want to give back to this community because when we moved in 1999 to Ridgecrest, this community welcomed us with open hands. And since that time, I have worked for 3 banks, and I'm humbled and honored to have the privilege of financing so many construction loans, both commercial as well as residential, so many business acquisition loans, and I have given so many business loans. So while working for Mojave Desert Bank as well as Mission Bank, I earned the trust of my customers. I earned the confidence of their customers. They moved from Monument National Bank to Mojave Desert Bank when the change happened, and they came along with me from Mojave Desert Bank to Mission Bank. So I have been there, not only their bank, but I have been not only their banker, but I have been their trusted advisor as well as trusted advocate for them. So that's the traits and that's the qualities I inculcated in my staff from time to time. An organization is not the building. It is the people. It is the human capital that is there. So that's what we strive to work. We strive to provide the best customer service so that we are the best business bank. So coming back to Alta One Credit Union, I'm here to say that even after becoming Alta One Credit Union, we will provide the same high-quality customer service to this community so that Alta One is the best business organization in this community. I have always wanted to work for credit union. This is a dream come true for me, and we have an excellent staff members, and they have good qualities, and we are going to take all those good qualities to Alta One Credit Union to make Alta One the best credit union in this organization, in this community. And I'm not saying that because we are joining Alta One. Alta One is going to be the best credit union because of the new leadership, Stephanie Sievers. She has new vision, new direction, and she wants to make sure that Alta One Credit Union is a business bank. It is going to meet the needs of this community. And at this time, I also want to thank Desert Valley Credit Union, led by Eric Brun, who stepped up to give PPP loans when required, along with Mission Bank. So between Mission Bank and Desert Valleys, we could meet the community needs by giving the people PPP loans. So thank you, Eric, wherever you are. So, okay. So I'm really excited to join Alta One Credit Union, and it's a privilege for me to work with Stephanie Sievers, who has a new direction. So if anyone has any doubt about Alta One Credit Union, I'm here to say that things are going to change. You will have a new look, new direction, and you will feel that difference in the coming days. No doubt there will be a hiccup because it's a merger that is taking place, but at the end of the day, when the dust settles down, Alta One would be the best business bank, and it would help this community to reach new heights. Thank you, Stephanie, for giving me this opportunity.
And last thing, real quick before I go. As I'm still new, I really want to make sure I get a chance to meet all of y'all, right? And so I offer you an open invitation. Feel free to reach out to me anytime. Take you to get some coffee, you can go get lunch, just have a chat. Any of that, I definitely want to make sure, I'm part of this community now, so I definitely want to get to know all of you. And so if you ever want, you can just go out to our website, click contact us. The first thing you see is contact the CEO, and you just click that button. Those emails go directly to me. I 100% reply to them all. I read them all. And so you can email me anytime. I would love to meet all of you. So I'm excited to be working with you, and I'm excited about this conference.
Okay. Our next speaker for the Ridgecrest Outlook this morning is Mayor Eric Bruin. Eric took office. I know that. That's not Eric. Eric took office as the mayor of the city of Ridgecrest in December of 2020 after being part of the community for the past 18 years as the CEO for Desert Valley Federal Credit Union. Eric is known among colleagues and friends for his passion and fiery personality. Eric served on the Ridgecrest Chamber of Commerce board from 2005 to 2015, and as chairman in 2009 and 2014. I would like to add that Eric is a graduate of Saracosa Community College, as am I. Go Coyotes, come on out, Eric.
Well, good morning, Ridgecrest. Wake up. We've had lots of prepared speakers already from the elected officials, but in my standard, I'm not going to do that. I have an incredible team at the city staff that's made me a beautiful PowerPoint that I probably will not listen to much. But that's because I'm up here. Hi, everyone. I got to tell you, this is the most nervous I've been speaking in the first, 15 months I've been doing this. And it's because you guys are all mostly friends. I mean, it was me sitting out there listening for the last 18 years. It was me up here. I got to MC this in 2014 and do the chamber. Now I have to sit up here and pretend that I'm like this. Hi, I'm mayor. No, my name's Eric. Hi, guys. Hi. All of you that know me, I still am the guy that has 4 kids, 2 jobs, and losing his mind about 23 out of 24 hours a day. But it's a pleasure to be here with you guys, and it's a pleasure to be back in the Kerr-McGee Center and with all of your shining faces and able to meet and talk and share and experience what a wonderful community we have in Ridgecrest. It has been a fun couple years. I mean, seriously. I mean, as opposed to taking a big negative look at it, let's think about it with fun. I mean, hell, it was this same room in July of 2019 where we were all trying to figure out when the world was going to stop shaking, right? Up here, Mayor Breeden led us through those tumultuous days, and we appreciated that, but what was it? It was the sense of community coming together that really was at the key. And we're going to have to do that again. We're going to have to bring that sense of community together again, over and over and over again, to get Ridgecrest to the next stage of our natural evolution. The earthquakes were a catalyst. They were not a problem. They were a blessing. We have 15 military construction projects in process right now on the base. 15. There is $3 billion worth of construction going on out there. In our community, we have how many different constructions? We have a new hotel coming. We've got these things coming. I'm going to talk it in the slides, but I'm supposed to wait for it. There you go. Forgot again. Here, watch. I'm supposed to move slides. Because what do we want to talk about first? How remotes don't work. Okay, forget it. It's okay. I can do it. Move one slide. Yay! So let's talk about some of the challenges. And we're going to talk challenges, and I'm going to be brief because I'm going to be as fast as I can. There you go. Thank you, sir. What is the number one challenge our city is facing today? And we dealt with this at the last couple city council meetings, and I just want to make sure everyone is really well aware of it. It has to do with public safety and fire. So in 2018 or 2017, Kern County started investigating what their actual cost was for fire service. And it was deemed that the city of Ridgecrest, in terms of the number of calls that we have going out and the number of services that we require, we were paying about 48% of the actual cost for our fire service. 48%. Do you think the county might have wanted to adjust that rate? If you were running a business and you were having somebody pay 48%, do you think you might go and say, we need to renegotiate the contract? That's what's happened. I just want to be very clear for everyone out there that says, well, fire, we should be doing this. A volunteer fire department would cost 4 times as much. The Kern County fire system gives us an incredible level of public safety, protects our community, and has consistently been a public servant to this community. We have no interest in being apart from them. But we also understand that they have a responsibility to collect the reasonable cost to provide that public safety. And that's where we're at. This month, or last month, we approved a change to the fire service contract, which is going to increase the cost of the city to provide the 2 fire stations that we have right now by $1.4 million over the next 5 years. I'm being dramatic with the numbers because I want to get to the happy stuff after I kind of put y'all down. $1.4 million is not in the city budget right now. $1.4 million over the next 5 years means either a cut in services or a raise in revenue. It's one of the two. But there's another option that's really ugly. We did negotiate, if this community does not want to look at those solutions, to cut a station, to bring us to 1 station. And I believe that that would have substantial impacts on your homeowner's insurance, on the realty market, on several things. That I want to stress that as you listen to us talk over the next 9 months about fire and about solutions, please listen to what we're saying in terms of trying to preserve the best interests of the overall community as it relates to public safety. We didn't ask for this, but we have to solve it. And we have to solve it together. And that's about all I want to say with fire, because it's kind of no fun to really talk about it. I just want to commend our city staff. City Manager Strand and our entire team worked to negotiate the best possible deal. They negotiated down 15%. They negotiated for due diligence for 2+ years. We've done everything in our possible power to make this as palpable for our community as possible. But the fact is that public safety costs are in a constant escalation. And we're seeing it at our RPD, we're seeing it at the fire service, and it's going to end up being seen by the citizens. That's all I can really say. I just wanted you guys to know that we are taking this seriously. Now, of course, there's other issues I could go on. I can talk about water, I can talk about organics, I can talk about trash. I could go on and on and on and on. But I don't want to. Because I like this stuff. What is this stuff? This is the stuff that tells you your city's growing. This is the stuff that tells you that 15 Milcons and a new hotel and Chipotle and the two new coffee locations and Panda Express. Did you ever hear what happened with Panda Express? Anybody hear this? Second largest opening in company history was in Ridgecrest. Do you think there might be a pent-up demand for new restaurants, new services? Maybe. Did anybody drive by Dutch Brothers on the Thursday? Okay? We have a growing, healthy, needing community, and we are now starting to attract new businesses. Wait, hold on. We had an earthquake. We had a pandemic. We have 15 construction projects in process. We're drawing new businesses. Something must be happening. Here's what's happening. Ridgecrest has remained a gem in the desert. I remember when I was chairing this conference way back when, we had the title of making lemonade out of lemons, and that was in 2011, right at the peak of economic fallout. And then we did another one the year after, and it was called the Oasis in the Desert. That one's so much more appropriate. I mean, think about it. We are a remote community where you can work remotely during the day and drive out on your dirt bike in the afternoon. We have been focusing on that as part of our long-term strategy. And what was the first step that we did? This year we were able to get the race communications contract approved that will bring fiber to every single doorstep in this community, all the way up to College Heights and every single part of the city of Ridgecrest. If you don't think that's big in recruiting and retaining the best possible talent in this community and for that military base, trust me, it's important. And we're excited that we were able to pull it off. And we're excited about all the other projects that we're getting ready to pull off. I mean, how many of you have heard about Clean California? Just show of hands. How have you heard about Clean California? Well, I hope it's been a result of this. Last year, when I took office, I was blessed with a very, very cool opportunity. I had 4 other incredible councilmen beside me. Councilman Rajaratnam, Councilman Blades, Councilman Heyman, and Councilman Breeden. We make a great team right now. And it's so much fun because we are working to build a better Ridgecrest. And we started from one place together, communication. This community has screamed from the top of the roof over and over again. The city doesn't tell us what's going on. I don't know why this is going on. When is my road going to get fixed? When is this going to happen? I don't know what's going on. Well, the horse is coming, and there's the water. We're delivering it in every different medium or channel that we possibly can, and we're going to continue to do it for the next year. We're going to expand this to include newsletters, email blasts, text messaging. If we can find a way to get the message to you, we're gonna. Why? Because I believe that this community is changing. Our demographics are changing. And if there's anything I hope that you take from me at this conference when you walk out of here, is we are changing as a community. As each household has changed, we are drawing in younger and younger families. We are attracting families into this community. And the best way to make those families a long-term part of this community is through retention and quality of life. If we don't start to fix quality of life, we don't keep them here. How many of us came here and said, we're never staying here for more than a year or 2 years or 5 years? Isn't that the old story of Ridgecrest, right? We all know it. I've been here 18 years. I didn't expect to be here 18 years. Certainly didn't expect to be standing up here as mayor. I had where's Chip? I had another thorn at my backside for 18 years. Love the man, but he's the one that convinced me. But the fact is that we are growing and changing. We are family-oriented. We need to be a family and tourism-oriented community with an eye towards everything that military base continues to provide this community and provide their support while building out our support on this side. And we're going to continue to do that. But like I said, it began with communication. And we're going to continue to do this for the next year. We're going to continue to do this moving forward. I hope it continues past November of 2022, if that should happen. But the fact is that we want your input. Each of you should have gotten the Ridge Report in your mailbox, and it says, join us in the community conversation. If you're not telling your neighbors, your friends, everyone else to get into this conversation, please do. How else are we going to email you if you don't talk to us? How else are we going to text you if you don't talk to us? We need your input, and we need the entire community's input to make the best possible community. I could ramble up here and tell you for another 15 minutes how much I love Ridgecrest, but I think you guys all know it. I didn't get into this job because I was out to make a name. I was out to make a community. And I can't tell you enough how much that means to me and why I'm so happy to have the team that we have at the city, the team we have in our officers, the team we have in our staff, the team we have as a council. We have turned the corner in finding the positive about Ridgecrest. And I hope you guys continue to join me in that journey because there is incredible positives in this community, and it's about time we frickin' celebrated it. We are an incredible community. We have incredible people. We have an incredible group of citizens that volunteer, give from their heart, care about the community. And with that, I want to highlight one last point. So many things happen behind the scenes that you guys don't even we don't see, right? And I had the joy of meeting two people. I'd met them before, but obviously I hadn't worked with them in the same way, and that was Renee Westlux and Dave Janis. Janis? That's a running joke. I can't pronounce Dave's name properly if I tried. Solomon's either, but I learned that one. These two people came to me at the beginning of my term, and they said, we got to talk about redistricting. I said, redistricting? Why am I freaking out about redistricting? It's a year away. No, you don't understand. On December 23rd, one day before the final vote, or 22nd, and then it was the 23rd, one day before the vote on the final maps to protect Ridgecrest's role in our congressional districts, our state districts, our assembly districts, do you realize that they came that close to pulling us out of our congressional district and severing us from Edwards? Close. Think about it. Think about if we lost all that influence and all the relationships that we built that brought the $3 billion to our community of construction and is rebuilding our base and making it the technologically most advanced facility around. That close. That's what advocacy is. That's what this job is. And I can't tell you enough, that's what makes Ridgecrest incredible. Citizens that stand up and say, I'm fighting because I love it here. And I know each one of you guys do the same thing. With that, I'm going to shut up because it's break time. It's 9:02. I'm sure we all need a little walking around, stretching our legs. Thank you for the honor of letting me serve you. I really do enjoy it. It's driving me crazy, but I enjoy it. And thank you for being part of Ridgecrest. It's an incredible community, and I'm proud to be here. Thank you.
Alrighty, some great information. Okay, everybody, we're going to take a quick break, stretch, fill your coffee cups, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Okay, if we could get everybody to take your seats, we'll keep moving along here.
This microphone is hot as well. It's ready for James already.
Okay. It's hot.
It is hot.
Okay.
Just don't bang your head on it.
I just don't want to get mine too close.
Oh, no, it'll be fine. You can
Okay.
do that.
All right, everybody, please have a seat. And we're going to move along with our Ridgecrest Outlook. It has come to my attention that I missed an elected board, and I do want to recognize them, and that's the airport board. They're a very important board, and they serve the whole region, so please welcome the airport board that are here with us today. Thank you. Okay, so our next speaker is James Maurer. He was born and raised in Ridgecrest. As an adult, James has lived in Dallas, Texas, and Orem, Utah, but his strong ties to Ridgecrest brought him back. Say what you want about California, there is just something about this town that draws people back. Since returning to James has managed retail stores, built his own construction company, specializing in new home construction, building, flipping, and selling houses made for a natural lead-in to a career in real estate. Licensed in 2014, James has enjoyed helping clients sell their cherished home or find the perfect home to buy. His background in service, industry, and support of high-level customer service have led to several awards and much success. His clients have been known to appreciate his extensive knowledge of the entire real estate transaction process, and due to his home building experience, a more detailed knowledge of homes. James has served on the MLS committee and board of directors for the Ridgecrest Area Association of Realtors, and most recently took the office of president of the association. When not working in real estate, James enjoys time with his family, motorcycle riding, snow skiing, jet skiing, and jeeping off-road. Please welcome James Maurer.
Good morning, everyone. It's an honor to be here. It's my pleasure. I could talk real estate for hours. They told me I only have about 15 minutes, so I'm going to cram everything in as much as I can. I actually really enjoy the real estate market. We're going to talk about some of the challenges we face, some of the outlook, that kind of stuff, so we'll just get right into it. I like this. This first slide is a contrast between what we had in the 40s. Of course, I wasn't around in the 40s. But we had the tents in the 40s, and now we have beautiful homes that we're building with high standards, and it's a really, really nice contrast. So the three things I really want to talk about is real estate numbers, what are the trends, what are things that are affecting the market, and what's the future bring. So it's interesting, as a realtor, people ask, what's going to happen, what's going to happen? They're always asking us what the future is going to hold for us. That's a challenge. We like to talk about the crystal ball we have, and so I always say, if my crystal ball is working properly, then this and this and this. But it's always hard to tell because we never know what's going to happen. I don't think anybody anticipated some of the challenges we were going to face. So numbers, I like to look at the numbers a lot. So we have a lot of resources in the field. So the MLS is key for us in figuring out what the trends are. We look at these numbers to kind of see what they tell us, to find home values, to see where we're going, where we've been, that kind of stuff. I like analyzing them. So here's a little bit of the numbers. And you can, if you scrutinize it a little bit, you'll find some discrepancies, and I'll show you some of them. But looking at the top graph here, median sale price. When I started in real estate, our median home price was somewhere in the 160, 180 range, something like that. We're now 250-ish, somewhere around there, and the trend is an upward trend. We're seeing that pretty consistently upward trend. We can talk about different things that drive that. Low inventory is one of those things. But days on market, we're seeing that's dropping down. Days on market's a funny thing because we have different numbers. So you might talk to one realtor and find one number on days on market, and another realtor will say another thing. That's because we have days on market active, we have days on market pending and we have days on market combined. So if you look at the combined, active and pending, you might see something that says we're 84 days on the market. If it's in escrow for 45 days, that's the pending. It's really not on the market at that point. It hasn't closed, but we're not seeing, it's not getting shown and that kind of stuff. So you can take 45 days off of those numbers and that'll lower that number. Number of sales continues to increase, so we have a healthy market. It's somewhat of a challenge with lower inventory, but even with lower inventory, we're still seeing increase in our number of sales. So, and you see the bottom of our other number on the right-hand side, there's only 47 homes, single-family residences here in Ridgecrest on the market. But we're seeing, what, 180 per year, approximately, transactions. I see a lot of this when we were down to in the 30s, number of homes on the market. I like that number. I pay attention to that number a lot. It guides kind of how I see the market. I tell my clients all the time that depending on what that number is, I can usually predict whether it's a seller's market or a buyer's market. I've found a balanced market is right around 75. If it goes above that, it's starting to become a buyer's market. And if it goes below that, it's usually a seller's market. So just a few months ago, we actually our inventory climbed quite a bit. We're actually less than half of what we were just 3 or 4 months ago. So it looked like the market was shifting out of a seller's market, but that was a very short period of time. Some buyers stopped being active, and then they started buying stuff up again. Inventory dropped. Very active market. So what's affecting the market? I mean, we can go on for hours on what's affecting the market. There's a lot of things. COVID really threw the real estate market for a loop in a lot of different ways. We were deemed essential, but we weren't originally. There's a lot of people fighting for us to be essential. Obviously, housing, we need a place to live, so realtors became very essential. But there's been financial hardship. There's been inventory issues. People can start working really wherever they want. And we've seen some people moving here when they have jobs elsewhere because they don't have to be physically at that place. We here in Ridgecrest, even at $250,000, $255,000 for average price or median household price, we're still way below the average in California. I think the average in California is $750 or $800, somewhere in that range. So we still are very affordable in comparison to most of California. So the commercial market, there's been some negative impact on the commercial market. We're seeing a lot of shift in buyer trends and that kind of stuff, so we see some of that as well. Construction costs, so it's interesting to me how California talks about no affordable housing, talk about different reasons why that is, or they complain about no affordable housing. There's a lot of regulations and restrictions on new construction. They're trying to cut through that in some regard, but in other regards, they're actually increasing some of the restrictions, some of the mandates. Solar is now mandated on all new construction. That adds to the price of the house. With COVID, we're seeing lumber prices quintupled. I mean, they went way up. And so I heard people recently saying, oh, lumber prices have come down in half. I'm like, oh, great. So when they quintupled and come down in half, they're only 2.5 times what they should be. So we're seeing lumber prices, not just lumber prices, but metal. We're seeing an interruption. Everybody knows that the barges aren't being unloaded in a lot of cases, or they're being unloaded too slowly. There's shortages on certain things that cause a problem. So we're just not getting what we'd like to get. I talked to a contractor recently, and they said, well, we're not building that floor plan because I can't get the windows for it. There's all sorts of different reasons that construction is a challenge. In Ridgecrest, employment continues to be strong. So please forgive me, I got, number 3 was obviously not important. We got it out of there. But some of the things we're seeing here, some of the things that affect us, the sewer fee, we're going to see an increase in property taxes because of sewer fee. We're going to see the GA water fee we've already seen on our water bill, so most people are complaining about a higher water bill. That varies. I've found it varies dramatically depending on their usage and so forth. There's certain things that have been under attack in the real estate arena, and we've been blessed to have a very strong legislative team. Vince Fong meets with us anytime his schedule allows and anytime we request. He's been very involved. Same with Kevin McCarthy. We got Shannon Grove and Supervisor Peters that have been very beneficial and very helpful for us. So the CAR and NAR, that's the California Association of Realtors and the National Association of Realtors, and they attack or support us in many regards. And going back up onto the 1031 exchange, they've been very influential, and our legislative team has been very influential in trying to keep that. And the 1031 exchange is for investors who invest in a property, and when they sell that property, they're going to get taxed on a capital gains tax. But if they take that property and turn it into another investment property, they can transfer it over without being taxed that capital gains. And that's pretty significant for investors. So some of the other things that are driving the market, low interest rates. We've been at historical lows. How long have we heard historical low interest rates? 10, 12 years, something like that. It's been a long time. We're kind of seeing an end to that. They announced a year or two ago that they were going to start pushing interest rates up. It didn't take. It didn't really go. We started seeing them creep up, and they dropped right back down and stayed low. We're seeing them creep up now. We're about a point higher, a point and a half higher than we have been. But our real estate market is still very strong. So there's a huge issue with water. I think everybody knows what's going on with our water situation, or at least heard something what's going on with the water situation. There's some concerns here for real estate. There was talk at one time of cutting Trona off, and the Searles Valley Mineral, that plant has so many jobs, and a lot of those people work here in live here in Ridgecrest and work over there. Some of them, I mean, it would be devastating to Trona because there's many people that work or live over there as well. But if we lost, I think we're looking at somewhere in 600 households that are actually employed out there in Searles Valley. So if we lost that, that would really impact our market very negatively. We are, like I said, we are worried about more new construction. IWV construction built a bunch of houses. They wrapped up. We have several other contractors that are building and doing a good job trying to get us more houses. Those things are coming on the market and going off the market really quickly. The downside is for the buyers. Buyers are really struggling. It's hard to find something in their price range. It's hard to find something that's in decent shape that they can get into before somebody else grabs it. Now, our market's not nearly what it is in some of the other markets. I think if you've been paying attention to anything in real estate, you know that there's some markets that are, you get a $700,000 house comes on the market in Marietta, for instance, and it gets 16, 17 offers, and half of them are 100,000 over asking, no contingencies, you know, this kind of stuff. Crazy, crazy markets. And it's not just California. We're seeing it in Southern California, Northern California, Arizona, Texas, Utah, Idaho, Washington. The list goes on and on and on. I have a client that's moving here. The couple got a job here on base. They sold their house in Maryland, and it went on the market last Friday. Had 48 showings over the next 3 to 4 days, got offers, put it in escrow on Tuesday. So for more than what they were asking. We're seeing prices go up in all those markets. That drives very quickly. So jobs, we are heavily dependent on the base. I believe the number is 80% of our jobs are from the base, whether it's civil engineering or active military or the construction jobs that support. And so we would love to see new jobs come in, other projects, things that are not dependent on the base. So I think the city is trying to solicit some of that. As far as the base goes, I'm sure we have another speaker that'll go in more detail about what's going on there, but we had a talk with a couple of the guys from Congressman McCarthy's office, and they talked a little bit about what's going on. And they're looking at different projects to bring in that will kind of backfill. So one of my concerns with real estate is we got all these temporary jobs coming in for the construction on base. You know, hundreds of jobs, thousands of jobs coming in. What happens when those temporary jobs are done and they move out? It kind of creates this hole or this void in the real estate market. If they've bought houses, they're going to start putting them on the market. That floods the market with a bunch of houses. The inventory climbs. It becomes a buyer's market. It can be very devastating if it happens too quickly. Rental market, same thing. As these temporary jobs go, rentals come available, maybe too many of them at the same time, and not a backfill. So we talked a little bit about that. What's the backfill? And the plan is for the base to bring in new projects. And hopefully that would backfill that, so we'll have kind of a stabilizing effect when it comes to that. So increased number of jobs is what we're looking for there. So our vision as realtors is to promote home ownership. So this is an interesting statistic. The average net worth of renters, or those who don't own a home, is $6,300. The average net worth of a homeowner is $255,000. That's a huge discrepancy. And so what we want to do is provide opportunities for people to make a path towards home ownership. That's what our California Association of Realtors talks about at every meeting, is how we can facilitate that path to home ownership. I looked at this up several years ago, and the numbers back then were 4,300 or 4,500 for non-homeowners and 150 or 160, something like that. So you can see the numbers have changed over about 5 years, but the gap has increased. So both of them have gone up, but the homeowners have gone up way more. And you can imagine as the market climbs, you get more equity in the house. That's a lot of where the net worth comes from. So the housing shortage continues to be a challenge throughout the nation. We're no exception. We're a little bit different, like I said, with our markets. I think we're a little protected because of what's going on base. I think that we've been blessed with the earthquakes actually helped facilitate bringing in more income or more projects and getting updated. But housing shortage remains to be a challenge. Cost, availability, supply chain issues, all sorts of things. It's just kind of a challenge to build. To give you an idea, I started building houses back in 2001. And first starting out, I wasn't that fast at it. I could build one in about 6 months. And as I started getting faster, I could do it in about 3.5, 4 months. It takes me a lot longer than that now. And I look at the full-time contractors, and if you start a project right now, 8 months at best is what you're getting. So it used to be that it was, honestly, some of the red tape has caused some of the delays, supply chain issues, and all sorts of other issues. So I think a nice healthy growth for the community. I don't think we should expand too quickly, although I think we have, but I think we need to see growth, and we need to see that in the school district plans, and I think they're on top of that. I think we have a lot of people looking to manage our water supply and what goes on there. The base is concerned about that, but they've got things in place to make sure that there's money coming in so they can keep maintain the water supply for them and keep their mission safe. This is kind of a funny one, really, is we need a public pool ASAP. I think that kind of goes to, thank you, Norman. So I think that goes to the way of life. Unfortunately, a client of mine asked, they said, we got an 18-year-old son, what is there to do for him in Ridgecrest? And I'm like, oh man, not a lot. Not a lot. So I think that's something that we need to, Army, they could join the Army. The guys back there are saying, here we are, we're ready to supply some activities for them. So I think that there's been talk of doing different things with a water park or public pool or something like that, and I think we need more recreation, especially for young people who just need something extra to do. It's easy when you're married and you can kind of get set in a routine and that kind of stuff, and we can drive out of town, but for the young people, there's not a lot to do. But the stronger our community, the more we prosper. And I think we do have a tight-knit community. I think we work well together. We don't always agree, but I think we move in the right direction. I think we're doing very well. And that is the conclusion of my presentation. Thank you so much. There's great things ahead. Great things ahead.
Thank you. Just in case you're wondering what he's doing is in between speakers, he's changing out the microphones and cleaning them. Okay, next up for our Ridgecrest update is Dave Ostash. Dave began his career at Sierra Sands as an English teacher at Burroughs High School in 1996. Born and raised in Glendale, California, like most transplants, he thought he was only going to be here for 1 year. But we've never heard that before, right? Also, like many transplants, Dave fell in love with the valley, its beauty, its people, and the wonderful lifestyle. During the course of his career at Sierra Sands, he spent almost 20 years directly serving students at Burroughs High School and Monroe Middle School, first as a teacher, then as an assistant principal, and from 2005 to 2014 as a principal. I'm pretty sure 2 of my 3 were there at that time. Sorry, Dave. For the last 5 years, Dave served as Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, and starting July 1st, just in time for the Timblers, of 2019, he began his service as superintendent. Today, he will be updating us on the earthquake recovery at all sites, the recent adoption of the new district logo, and discuss ideas for future program offerings with the district. Welcome, Dr. Dave Ostash, Superintendent of Sierra Sands Unified School District.
I'm not that tall. Good morning, everyone. Good to see. Oh, great. Thank you. First of all, thank you to the Chamber for hosting this annual event. It really is a great time of year to feel the inspiration. I don't think I can gather as much passion as Eric, but I definitely have the same passion. And I won't shriek through the microphone like he did. One time was enough, Eric. Jeez. I couldn't agree more with Cynthia's comment about the family being obviously the anchor for kids. And in addition to that, I do believe that in every community, the public school district has an incredible partnership with the family. And we're all here for the Economic Outlook Conference. And I want to say that I do believe that in every community where there's a thriving economy and there's a positive outlook and a growth mindset, there is an outstanding public school district as well. So I'm going to share with you just a few, kind of crosswalk a few different areas. I'll be as brief as possible. I'm going to talk a little bit about facilities, programs, resilience, and also where we do plan to go in the future. So I think we all agree that everyone in this room, you're all leaders, you're all owners, and everyone's dealing with a lot of different challenges. And we have been in no shortage of challenges in Sierra Sands. But the most important part, I believe, in leadership is understanding that you kind of have to keep your eye on different levels of problems, the short-term problems, the mid and the long-term problems. And I want to assure you that that guy who has hair is just sort of symbolic of who I am. But I do kind of, in my team, we look at all the time at all the different directions that are hitting us and the demands. And it's really important, though, that we do keep our eye on the long ball. And one other little slide, I could have made a bad joke and put right in the middle of the yes and no masks and vaccines. Well, I guess I did just make that bad joke. But we are kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. But we'll get past that. I want to acknowledge our elected officials, our 5 school board members, 2 of whom are here in the office. In the office. That's where I've been the last several days, 12 hours a day. Who are in the room here today? Mr. Kurt Rockwell is our president. Mr. Bill Ferris is a member. They're in the room today, and I want to commend. When we talk about the pandemic, our board was prescient. I think they understood within the first couple months in March 2020 that we were probably in for a longer ride than we most of us really knew. And so they set forth for the district these guiding principles. They've been enduring, they have not changed. And so when my team and I try to navigate all of the different things that we're trying to determine or figure out from day to day, week to week, these 5 guiding principles, the health and safety of students and staff, follow the law and take all reasonable steps to follow appropriate guidance, socialization and connection with students, provide nutritional services for our students, and optimize our means of educating our students. Those have been a touchstone for all of the hundreds and hundreds of things that hit us every single day. And I just want to acknowledge and thank our board members for establishing those way back at a July 21, 2020 board meeting. And they've been a huge resource to us in navigating and keeping our district stable and moving along, maximizing student opportunities in person, both academic, co-curricular, and extracurricular. So one of the mantras we always try to, I think as leaders, keep in the forefront is with change and challenge, there's also opportunity. There's that old statement, that I think many of us remember, and Eric definitely invoked, was never let a crisis go to waste. And so with pandemic, obviously we know there were a lot of resources that were delivered to school districts and public entities, one-time monies, and it was really important to us early on to be strategic and to understand how we could take one-time monies and create the best legacy possible. Invest in things and programs that really not only helped mitigate what we were dealing with the last couple of years, but also what would have the longest tail, so that 5 or 10 or maybe even 20 years from now, our district had an asset or a resource that was serving students in our valley at that point and had that long investment. So I just want to give some examples of things we've done. We obviously pivoted to distance learning. We have a technology planner in our district that refreshes and buys numbers of Chromebooks each year to make sure we have our one-to-one, we have a one-to-one plan in our district. Every student has one. And so we were able to purchase Chromebooks and relieve some of the general fund expenditures by using one-time monies for that. We're very excited by an investment. One of our first commitments to using one-time dollars is what is called a private LTE network. And so you can see, it's a little hard for me to see from here, but we erected towers at our district office, Las Flores, Fowler, and Inyokern schools. And what we're actually in a testing phase now. It's been, the construction's been accomplished. It's about, I think I mentioned, $2.5 million project. But the concept and the vision is that not only did we need the connectivity for when we were pivoted on distance learning, but we understood that there were so many future opportunities when it comes to new, innovative ways of delivering education. Also, what all school districts were dealing with before the pandemic was what you kind of call this divide, this equity divide of connectivity. So some families, to James' point about different wealth values and renters versus owners, et cetera, some families have ready regular Wi-Fi access in their home, and so their student can extend their homework and their studies at any hour of the day or evening they want, and other families don't have that. Some families don't have internet. They might have a cell phone that's connected, but it's not useful for extending, we call it the homework divide, because nowadays so many of our students, no matter what age they are, they do require some technology to extend the learning. And so we realized that if we could use our internet connection to the district office and connect people wirelessly throughout the entire valley, from Inyokern to College Heights, then no student would be without connection, without internet connection. And so our Chromebooks they will be able to communicate, they will be able to speak with this wireless array that we have instituted, and we believe will serve our community. We believe will be completely operational by the time we open school in August for the 2022-2023 school year. And we believe this new asset that's funded by one-time monies will have at least a two-decade value for our community. Really excited about that. Just another example of student innovation and resilience and the strength of our student programs and leadership within our faculty and staff. At Burroughs High School, we've always had the Blockbuster newspaper, but when we were shut down for a year in distance learning, they created the Blockbuster Blast, which not only kept that program alive, but actually has extended its reach and now is more broadly communicative with the community. We have incredibly resilient teachers. Ms. Harper is one of 300 teachers who do a great job. She's at Murray Middle School, and I just wanted to highlight one of our teachers who was recognized, in this case by the veteran of foreign wars here in VFW in town, as one of our Teachers of the Year. And we appreciate all the leadership our teachers have shown. We also mentioned that I was going to give a little update on our earthquake recovery. There's so many interwoven challenges that we've had with the earthquakes and pandemic. So I thought I'd share with you just a little bit. Richmond Elementary School, as you know, on base, suffered the greatest degree of damage and presented probably our biggest immediate challenge when earthquake struck. And so we had a few days to sort of decide what we were going to do. And so at that point in time, we decided, and I believe fully we made the right decision, we decided to sort of synergize some resources that we knew that we had and that we were going to have, which was, Richmond was going to require extensive repairs, but we knew we were going to be eventually demolishing the school anyways with the Department of Defense grant money that we were going to have to rebuild a new Richmond. So we closed the school sooner than we obviously had anticipated. We leveraged some monies that we were getting from Cal OES, the Office of Emergency Services, invested between $2 and $3 million to repair and improve viewing. We placed all of the Richmond Elementary School students there, so we kind of call it it's Richmond School, but some people call it Richwig. But anyways, and so we take these Cal OES repairs, improve the campus. We will be building a new Richmond, and we believe we'll be, this will be the year where we'll be turning some dirt. In case you haven't heard, the new Richmond School will be built outside of the south gate of the base, and we're really looking forward to that. Monroe Middle School is the one school that we believe presents the greatest need and risk to our continuity. Very recently, in fact, we have a table over to my right where we have some literature, some materials that you're welcome to pick up and see. Rebecca over there had them raised. We recently established the Building Schools for Tomorrow Committee. About 27 community members, some of whom are in the room tonight, came together. We met 4 consecutive weeks for 3 hours in the evening on Tuesdays, and we each week delivered pretty extensive information about our facilities, budget and finance, survey data that we had conducted over the last couple of years, and that committee broke into individual groups, came back each evening, and eventually developed what's called the consensus report, and it's something that all community members in that committee agreed upon. And I'd really encourage you to pick up that report, and I'll make a little bit more mention of that in just a couple slides. And then I just wanted to highlight that Burroughs High School has been the benefactor of many different improvements. We had about $38 million in Department of Defense modernization. If you go back years before that, in 2006, we passed the general obligation bond called Measure A. And so if you haven't been by Burroughs High School lately, I'd really encourage you to swing by and see all of the improvements. And we look forward to sharing that school with you. And it's really in good shape to serve our community for decades to come. And of course, Murray Middle School is our newest school. It's also a school that was built with the 80% grant funds we received from the Department of Defense. It suffered 0 damage from the earthquakes, and we know that construction really served us well. And just a few more highlights. Facilities and programs are they're linked. You can't have great programs if you don't have great facilities, and so it's really in our minds, a kind of a one-to-one requirement. You know, at Burroughs High School, we lost the Parker Performing Arts Center for quite some time because of some damage that we suffered internally that triggered some code requirements and some construction repair. And so we were really pleased, and I just want to commend the Burroughs High School drama program for returning and opening up in our first year of getting the Parker Performing Arts Center back, performing a great performance with 12 angry jurors. I was able to go see it, and they did an outstanding job. And so we're grateful for that. And, you know, you start losing I wouldn't say you lose momentum, but you're always at risk of losing momentum when something significant impacts, you know, your business model, in our case, our educational model. But I want to highlight the robotic burros. After being obviously not allowed for meeting during distance learning, came back even stronger than ever, with all three teams turning in impressive performances in our league. Team 7422B will be representing us at the state championships in a couple weeks. So we're really proud of those. Yeah. And, you know, almost like a story that's almost unbelievable. You know, our Burroughs High School swimming team, as far as I recall, is the winningest athletic team at Burroughs High School. Which is a little bit ironic because we don't have a pool at that school, but more ironic is that our high school swimming team was able to win league after not having a pool at all. So, you know, so you have a little bit of legacy there with years and decades of strength and parental support, and we're always very appreciative. I mean, ever since we lost Penny Poole, Captain Vaughn and his team, they've found ways to allow us access to the pool, and that's greatly appreciated. But, you know, I do think that's, you know, we're at kind of an inflection point, to Eric's point about, you know, quality of life and where we want to go, where we want to be. And so I'll sort of end my remarks on, I think all of us have a duty. I consider myself as having a very serious duty for helping contribute at the highest level possible ways to prepare for tomorrow. And so in Sierra Sands Unified School District, district staff has taken a look internally and very seriously considered what is the best way to continue to serve our students in an optimal, high-quality way in the next, say, 30 years. We know, as mentioned before, that Monroe Middle School is one of our oldest plants and has had the least financial resources and attention to improving that school. We've got to find a way to resolve that. We've got to find a way to invest in our school district in a way that gives us lift for the next, you know, generation to come. So, also, this is also on the table over there if you'd like to grab a copy, but we believe we have an idea that is the most efficient way, the most responsible way of stewarding public funds, and that is we believe that we could repurpose Monroe into a non-instructional asset, a place where we could do things that are district function oriented. We could enhance Murray Middle School, which is essentially a brand new school. We could add classroom space. We could reorganize our school district and put all of our Valley's 7th and 8th graders there. And then when our new school is built to put our Richmond students in Richmond, a new permanent Richmond, we could put all of our Valley's 6th graders there. We could add a gym, make sure we have the athletic and the physical education programs there, and all of the you know, secondary programs, music, et cetera, for our 6th graders. And then ideally, we would like to place solar on as many of our school sites as possible and recapture, you know, we spend over $1 million a year in electricity. And so if we could recapture that money and invest it into increasing our maintenance budget so that we could maintain our schools in ways that are better than we've had before. And so without getting into any details, we think that this is the most responsible, most efficient way to move forward. And as a community, we do need to figure out ways to keep our public school district in outstanding fashion. And this is why we do it, right? It's, you know, it's kind of boring in some ways to talk about facilities, but this is why we do it. We have children, the vast majority of whom rest all of their trust in their futures. I shouldn't say all, right, if we talk about the family, but public schools for most, not all, but for most children, for most people, is really their ticket. If you're old enough, and I remember the e-ticket to ride at Disney. You had to buy the e-tickets if you wanted to go on the good rides. But for many, many people, the e-ticket is to the extent in which they engage and draw from their public education. So just the last couple of slides, I mentioned the Building Schools for Tomorrow Committee. We have involved the public in different ways, in growing ways, the last year or two. We have a consultant who's been working with us to identify the most effective ways for our school district to be successful moving forward and identifying those grants and those funding sources and ways of optimizing that. And I just wanted to highlight that I mentioned that Building Schools for Tomorrow Committee. This is the signature page that's on the back of that consensus report that shows their commitment and their engagement in the process. And so the last thing I would say is, Horace Mann, who's considered one of the sort of the architects of our modern public education system, he says, education then beyond all other devices of human origin is the great equalizer of the conditions of men. I would say of men and women, but that was an old quote. The balance wheel, but I like this, the balance wheel of the social machinery. And I think that we all recognize that as we look at our economic outlook and all of the growth and all of the better days ahead, Sierra Sands Unified School District and Cerro Coso Community College, which is coming up next, is an integral primary partner to that process. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ostash. That was wonderful. I do truly appreciate all they do for our children and grandchildren in my case, although mine were all educated through them too. Okay, up next is Dr. Corey Marvin. He has been the Vice President of Instruction at Cerro Coso Community College since May of 2011. Hired by Cerro Coso in 1997 as an English professor, Dr. Marvin has served the college with distinction in a variety of leadership roles over the years, providing leadership and support for continuous quality improvement at Cerro Coso Community College. Dr. Marvin has successfully directed a comprehensive, systematic, and integrated planning process that strengthens the relationship between institutional planning and resource allocation. I can tell you on a personal note, I'm taking advantage of it. What are they going to do, fire me? I'm out of here for 10 months. You know that saying, you can take the teacher out of the classroom, but you can't take the classroom out of the teacher? It's true. As was evidenced at one management meeting when he proceeded to give the entire managing group a lesson on how to use the word however correctly. And we all looked around, we're looking and glaring at each other going, all right, who did it? Who did it? Who used the word however wrong? So please join me in welcoming Dr. Corey Marvin, Vice President of Instruction at Cerro Coso Community College.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the warm welcome. By the way, however is between two sentences, then it's a semicolon and a comma. If it's in the middle of a sentence, then it's a comma and a comma. Just so you know, you can take that little bit of wisdom back to your organizations. Thank you again for the warm welcome. Dr. Hancock, President Hancock of Cerro Coso Community College, has been on with us now for 18 months. Sends his regrets. He was not able to be here today. And I appreciate Dave's slide about changes, challenges, and opportunities. And we're going to talk a little bit about the outlook for Cerro Coso Community College. And we're going to start by looking at the challenges at the college. And no surprise there, and this is the sort of continuing theme of today's Economic Outlook Conference, is recovery from COVID. Saracoso has been impacted by COVID, very similar to the way that Sierra Sands has, in some different ways in terms of we don't have compulsory education. So we don't have quite the same type of challenges that Sierra Sands does, but we still have challenges that have come down to us through COVID. It seems like the last 2 years have been nothing but shifting classes into online, shifting them back onto campus, figuring out ways that we can keep students safe. You probably already know that the Kern Community College District, all 3 colleges, including Bakersfield and Porterville, implemented a vaccine requirement for students to be on campus. That's had its challenges in terms of implementation, as well as the effect it's had on us. So in terms of the effect of COVID on us, I can say actually the first year of COVID wasn't all that bad for us. We turned out actually to have grown by almost 2% in the first year, the first full year of COVID, 2021. Forgive the gobbledygook there about the student-centered funding formula and FTES. All that means basically is those are measures of our size. So essentially, between in that year, academic year of 2021, we actually grew a little bit. We did that though by doing we Felix the catted it kind of, and I apologize for making that a verb, but we used all of our bag of tricks in getting us kind of there. But last year, this current year, not so well. We're currently looking at about a 5.5% estimated drop in enrollment. And that is recognizing the downward pressure on the institution through both by COVID and by the vaccine requirement. Now, in context though, that 6% drop is actually doing better than some of our sister schools across both across the state and across the nation. Enrollments are down 15% on average in California for the 2-year public system, and 3.2% on average nationwide. So Saracosa is doing a little bit better. Your hometown college is doing a little bit better in that respect. However, when it comes to Ridgecrest itself, you remember Saracosa serves our entire service area goes up to Mammoth. We service as far north as Mammoth and as far south as Tehachapi. We also serve 2 prisons in our service area. And in Ridgecrest, though, the kind of negative of the negative is that the decline we've seen since the pre-COVID semester of spring 2020, as we served almost 1,500 unique students, individual students, some of those taking more than one class. But this semester we're serving 460 students. So that's a significant drop. And it's explained by a number of things, including the fact that we strategically this semester didn't put any science labs on the ground. They had been moved into remote mode for the fall semester, and because we had started sequences in remote mode, we continued those. But that is a number out there that we're concerned about, is how to get students back onto campus. The news isn't all bad though, and so what we're having to do, and we'll be doing over the next few months and over the next couple of years, is trying to suss out what all this means in terms of the long-term prospects for Saracosa. So last year was our best year ever in terms of graduating students, which is the point. Students come to us in order to get prepared to go into the workforce or to transfer. And to the extent we get them 2 degrees and certificates and get them completed, then we are doing our job, and the students are prepared to go on and have a material change made in their lives. And last year was our best year ever. 982 individual degrees and certificates were awarded last year. That's our highest on record. When Natalie said I started about 10 years ago, 11 years ago, we had a kind of a executive turnover, and the current executive team, when they started, we were averaging around 250 degrees and certificates. So that represents a significant change for the institution. 188 of those are associate degrees for transfer. Those are the degrees that have guaranteed admittance at the CSU system for students who complete those. So a banner year for us last year that represents over 500 individual students. In terms of dual enrollment and prison enrollments are up across the service area. Dual enrollment, if you're not familiar with our lingo, is with a partnership with the high schools, where we teach college classes in the high school during the high school day. That's permitted to us, and that allows students to stay on the high school campus, take the classes, get the credits immediately in those classes, and create a college transcript and create units so they don't have to take them when they go off to college, because they're already done. And it helps smooth the transition of high school students into college. So the college is now serving 1,300 students per year in more than 200 sections in the prison, and 750 students per year in 100 sections in dual enrollment. That's across our service area. When it comes here locally, in terms of boroughs and Trona, in 2021, we served 76 individual separate students for 140 enrollments and 8 sections in dual enrollment partnerships. And that spans welding, economics, and English. And that averages over 8 units per student. And again, that's less time students have to spend when they get to the university. All right, so given all of that, given some bad news, some good news, what is it we're looking at? And the famous question, what do students want? And the answer is, we don't know what students want. We have no idea. I'm just going to say that right up front. We have no idea. We don't know post-COVID if students are going to come back. We don't know if they're going to be on the ground. We don't know if they're going to take classes online, if they're going to prefer Zoom. Well, actually, we know they're not going to prefer Zoom. But are they going to take their gen ed classes online, but want to take their major classes on the ground? I was on a conference call with some other CIOs in our region. Our region's the Central Valley, and someone said, hey, we're expecting our new high school graduates to want to take classes on ground because they've had such a miserable last 2 years of it in the COVID environment. I'm not sure. We're not sure about that. But we will be finding out. We will be learning from students what it is they want to do. But a couple things for sure, 3 things for sure. One is we need greater flexibility. We need to offer students greater flexibility. So previously, before this, we actually did a pretty good job of this, right? We have a robust online program. We've had it for years. And when the pandemic hit, we actually were well set up to make the transition. And it was a lot easier for us than it was for a lot of other schools. But that was still a model where students had to choose between taking an online class or taking an in-person class. And we're pretty sure coming out of the pandemic, students are going to want to take an on-ground class that is also an online class. Okay, does that make sense? So we've proven that we can do it. We've taken all the classes, including hard to convert classes, and we put them online so students know. And I'm not talking about serving students, both a handful of students in the class and then have a handful of students on a screen somewhere that you're simultaneously serving. But for students who, and this has always been something that we've had to overcome. We are saying, life gets in the way of students. You have a student who's doing great 12 weeks through class and they get pregnant, and then they got to drop out, or they get in a car accident, or their work changes, schedule changes at work. And we're pretty certain that coming out of COVID, we've demonstrated we can serve them in both modes, and students will like being able to access, if they need to, if their kid gets sick, and they need to stay home with them for 2 weeks, that they'll be able to do that and not lose out on classes. So we're looking for ways that we can develop some greater flexibility with the ways that we serve students, so that we don't lose the momentum they're making on their education plans. Secondly, more wraparound services. And this is something we also already do very well on. And I won't read all of these, but I'll just hit the highlights. In the last 2 years, the college has increased support for basic needs. Basic needs is big at the community college system these days. For example, we've recognized food insecurity with our Coyote Cupboard that we have created and implemented at all of our campus sites. Food is available at all times for students to drop in and pick up. And then once a month, we do a more formalized packaged delivery. Students can come up and take grocery bags of food and other materials home with them. With Coyote Telehealth is a service that we provide, free medical and mental care, including on-the-spot and ongoing counseling appointments. Those are free to students who are Saracoso Community College students. We have a laptop lending program, and we distributed over 100 laptops this year, iPads and Surface Gos to students. The Saracoso College Promise Program is supported by the Saracoso Foundation, is now giving students $1,000 per semester with no financial need requirement. And it's not like $1,000 or whatever pays for books. It's $1,000 for students in the Saracoso Promise Program with no need assessment. All students need to do is apply and maintain a minimum GPA. And as long as they're making progress towards their degree, they can continue to get $1,000 every semester for 4 semesters. The college is participating in the Finish Line Scholarship Program to help fund students 50% or more through a program on to completion. We have received $205,000, and that's money that goes directly to students, not to pay somebody to manage the program, but money that goes directly into the pockets of students. So if students have got at least 50% of the way through the program, there is money to help them make it all the way. While giving has been down in terms of the foundation held its first fundraiser in over 2 years in the fall, and there was a food and wine pairing over at Max that raised more than $7,000. Down in Tehachapi, we had a Cheers for Charity event that helped raise $6,000 for Promise scholarships at Tehachapi. And the foundation received a $10,000 United Way grant to support the work of the Coyote Cupboard. So this is work that we're doing to give us the resources we need in order to support students going through the programs. Athletics. Little Saracoso out here in the desert was one of the few programs across the state to maintain competition without disruption during the pandemic. And I really have to recognize the work done by Vice President Ostash and by our athletic director, John McHenry, for doing that. That was more work than it seems like, and it seems like a lot already. Measure J, the physical education outdoor complex and gymnasium renovation continues to be developed. We have a design that's been agreed to, and it's currently with DSA. And if you could see my eyes roll, you would. But we expect to go out for bidding in March. So that's a project that is on tap for us. And then funding has become available from the state for housing. Big block grant from the state, Chancellor's Office for housing. And we're looking into that, whether that fits us, fits our students, and so we're doing a feasibility study for that, and that may be something that Saracoso embarks on over the next couple of years. All right, and then finally, increased employment prospects. So in addition to offering students greater flexibility and more wraparound services, this is our key goal over the next few years, is increased employment prospects. The reason students come to the community college is so they get a job. It's not to get a major. Major is the halfway point to a career. It's the path to a career. And so enhancing the employment prospects of students across the board, whether they're transferring or doing short-term workforce training, is key for us, and something we're going to take very seriously. So here are some new programs that have been approved by the state just very recently. Linux operating system, cloud computing, entrepreneurship, and I know we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Industrial process technician, just approved yesterday, by the way. Addiction studies program has been submitted and is being reviewed by the state. Digital media and marketing, law, public policy, and society, and Spanish. Those last two are degrees, not certificates, so students could get those and then transfer. Programs currently in development. We have some exciting new programs. Forestry management, again, we serve the entire service area. Wildland fire training, truck driving, modern police science, and AWS certification for the cloud computing certificate. And what's important about here, we mentioned being greater flexibility in what students want. One thing we know students want, and is my direct appeal to you all, what we know students want is more hands-on, actual work training as part of their education. Internships, externships, apprenticeships, work experience, cooperative work experience of some kind. If you've got a need for something like that, if you have the capacity to have opportunity for some of our students, we would really, really, really like to hear from you. Students know they get what they need in the classroom, but they are doubly appreciative of any chance they have to vary those experiences up and do some actual training in the field. I'll have my contact information here at the end, and there it is at the end, it's our last slide. For you all, if you have education training needs, we've got a couple of different ways we can serve you. One is through contract education, and that means we take a class that we've got in the catalog, or not, we can make one up, and we can serve you directly. Your employees, your space, your time. The trick there, though, is you gotta pay the instructional costs for it. So there's a fee for the instructional costs. As an open access institution, we're required to keep all our classes open unless they're sort of being paid for. But we can do that if that works best for you. The second is setting up a number of non-credit courses, partnering with our faculty to create some non-credit courses. Non-credit courses in short-term workforce training, zero cost to students, zero cost to employers. The trick is got to be at least 2 courses in a sequence, qualify as a program for the state, and it's got to be open access, which means that other students could drop in and take the same class. But in that respect, zero cost, both to the student and to the employer. So those are a couple of different ways that we can serve your needs as well. So that's it. There's my contact information down at the bottom. If you have anything that you've heard here for us that you would like to contact me about, we have a dean of career technical education who is in charge of workforce training, and so we can get you connected with faculty and with our processes for anything that is of interest to you. So that's the end of my presentation. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Marvin. A shameless plug here. I have something I do have to share with you all. Is last May at graduation, Dr. Marvin was talking about the dual enrollment high school students taking college classes. Last May, we had 7 high school students graduate from Saracoso before they graduated high school. They went into the 4-year system as juniors. So it's really, and we see those numbers climbing every year. Okay, we're going to skip the break for a minute, just simply because we want to hear from our base. We're anxious to hear from them. And joining us up first is going to be Commanding Officer of the Naval Air Weapons Station, China Lake, Captain Jeremy Vaughn. Vaughn most recently served in the new Warfighting Development Directorate, N7, on the Navy staff. A native of Las Vegas, Nevada, he entered the U.S. Naval Academy in July of 1993 and graduated in 1997 with a Bachelor of Science degree in mechanical engineering. Vaughn earned a graduate degree with distinction from the Naval Postgraduate School in Business Management, was designated a naval aviator in 1999, and is qualified as a Joint Specialty Officer. So, please welcome Jeremy Vaughn. Come on in.
All right, thank you for the warm welcome. Yes, I'm a Las Vegas native. Yes, I'm a Golden Knights fan. Gotta root for the teams that actually start off in Las Vegas. It's great. So first, as I get started, I know we're running a little low on time, so they told me hurry up. I'm gonna try not to talk too fast. Right, Hannah? I want to give a couple of shout-outs. One to the Salvation Army, a couple of Army shout-outs. One is Salvation Army. Thank you so much for the wreaths across America. That was awesome. Wreaths for the veterans who have given the ultimate sacrifice, so thank you very much. It's great to have you in town. And then to the Army folks back in the back who, by the way, one of them, the one with his hand raised right there, is on a team that is now playing morale, welfare, and recreation, soccer. We finally got it started again post-COVID. And his team, get your shirts now, Man, Chest, Hair United. Amazing. Amazing. It's awesome. It's great to be here today. The weather is crisp. And as a desert boy, I spent 23 years trying to get back to the desert. Spent most of my time East Coast, Japan, and Stuttgart. And while Stuttgart can get cold, you forget how beautiful snow can be. I am glad it's in Tehachapi and not down here messing up our roads, but it looks beautiful on the Sierras today. So a couple things. One, as the base commanding officer, it's amazing to be here. I'm really just here to kick off what you really want to hear, which is to let my two colleagues steal the show. Officer in charge of construction, Captain Lori Scott, and Dan Carino. We'll be talking about Naval Air Weapons Station, the weapons division there on base, our biggest tenant and the most important here in town. Of course, anytime you share a stage with a CB and a Tennessee Division I football player, you got to hurry up. These guys are dynamic, and I can't wait for you to hear them. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the base and impact and why we're here. So most of you know the history of the Ridgecrest area. 1930s, the Army was here kind of doing some weapons testing. Got a little remote for them, and so they took off, and Secretary Knox took the baton from there. And he got the base, I believe it's 43, to start doing some weapons development out here in what was then really the middle of nowhere. Why? Manhattan Project. So the gates and the security back then was very, very important because there were some very highly classified projects going on the installation that frankly built the weapon that helped end World War II. And so we have some pretty incredible work and some very highly classified work going on the base with some incredible engineers and workers there building the weapon station to help our warfighter. As you saw the news last night and this morning, that work is more and more important every day. So, what we'll talk about today, we've got a little bit of the mission is what matters here, and I'll touch on that later. The mission is what matters. It matters to the nation, and as a result, this community matters to the nation. But this is the impact that the base has. And we can talk about it. The base is important to Ridgecrest. But frankly, that's not the story to me. The story to me is that Ridgecrest is important to the base. These numbers are old. We do an economic impact statement every 10 years or so, and the last one was done in 2017. And so you saw these numbers. Matter of fact, I showed you these numbers last year when I was on the telestrator very stiffly trying to present my data. But you can see, I mean, huge numbers. And of course, this is pre-earthquake and pre-economic influx from all the construction that's happening. So it's even bigger than this. This is what I really want to talk about, is the $25 million direct visitor spending in Ridgecrest due to visits and detachments, et cetera, that come into the installation. Again, this is pre-construction. And so I've always talked about you can do action for action's sake, or you do action to get a result. And what is the result? You can see it up and down China Lake Boulevard, right? You can hear the music. If you parked like me, you could hear the music over there at Dutch Bros as they're partying and putting coffees out. You see all the new buildings going up on China Lake Boulevard that used to be boarded up because of COVID, the pandemic, and economic downturns, et cetera. It's a revitalization of China Lake, and we're seeing it in front of our eyes. And so that has a collaborative, symbiotic effect with recruiting talent for the installation, which I'm sure my colleagues will talk about. So the base is important at Ridgecrest, and yes, it brings money in, but the base is here because of Ridgecrest, and Ridgecrest and the growth that you are experiencing is good for us. It's really good to be able to get those young engineers here if they know they got a Dutch Bros, 3 Starbucks, and a Panda Express, and I'll take a little bit of credit for how many people were there at the Panda Express opening. Okay, so we're talking a little bit about what we do with and for the town. So this is our mutual aid. It looks, it's $48,000 worth of effort, but it's down to Trona, a place that needs the help. And so we are so thankful to be able to have the opportunity to go out and help on mutual aid. And we can do so in fire. We cannot do so because of some, laws, actually, for the ability to go and help in the police side. But in the fire side, we can. And this shows some of the work that we do out in those underdeveloped areas like Trona. Mutual growth. So I keep talking about the collaborative, symbiotic growth of Ridgecrest and the town. This is what I call the cycle of retainment. And it matters for the community and it matters for the base. So right now on China Lake, lots of job openings. Anywhere from being on the morale, welfare, recreation staff, MWR staff, up to I'm sure that Dan Carino and the team can show you how many openings are open in some of the higher level work there on base. And so when an employee gets hired here on the installation, let's say we have a coffee shop on base and they work in the coffee shop there, that employee is not stagnant. You can get retrained and get into another job there on the installation. You can take advantage of Saracosa right here, like my daughter did. Got a couple of credits towards her degree when she's up now in UC Davis. All this works together to allow our hires to be hired, then retrained, retained, because now you're making a better salary. You're able to, as we listened to on the real estate brief earlier today, be able to earn the right to buy one of those places here in town through the great banks here, and then eventually retire here and then reinvest into the town. Another R there is reinvest. You see a lot of retirees that stay here, stay engaged, and keep helping Ridgecrest. So it's more than an economic impact. So our future together as an installation, as the tenants on the installation, and as Ridgecrest, as a total community, really depends on collaboration. So I got 4 things on there. The first one is the AQs, the air corridor utilization zoning. It's how the airspace is parsed. Whether or not you get a jet over your house every once in a while. And what I love about Ridgecrest is you see a lot of bumper stickers that says, I love jet noise, it's great. Not always the case elsewhere, but as we extend, as we rebuild the base, we are trying to rebuild it in a way that we are ready for the future. That includes extending the runway, widening the runway, getting ready for bigger aircraft, louder aircraft. F-35 is an aircraft we'd really love to have more of here, but that requires different flight paths. So we are in process and teamwork with the city planners, and they're on the installation, and with DoD writ large to ensure that we are developing those flight paths so that they are sustainable for the future, help support the growth in the city, as well as to ensure that the city growth allows us to do the mission that we need to do here. So AQs. Second thing is wastewater treatment plants. There used to be 2 wastewater treatment plants here in the 70s. That was downsized down to 1. It's on the installation. If you ever get a chance to tour it, you know it's in rough shape. And the town, the city, the leadership, the DoD, all together are trying to get that wastewater treatment plant replaced so that we can continue making sure we take care of something as simple and as complicated as sewage here in Ridgecrest area. And the swim team, the swim team. So I love these guys. In fact, one of them, Thomas Bowie, you may know, is in the Naval Academy right now. And so the swim team, incredible. They were able to win their division without even access to a pool, right, Doc? It's pretty awesome. And so, yeah, I'm the guy. I'm the one that had to keep them out of that pool for a little while, and my apologies. Pandemic rules, DoD rules, legalities, and a bunch of stuff all kind of conspired against us, which resulted them not being able to be in that pool for a year. But if they can win the championship without access to a pool, I shudder to think what their kind of domination they're going to have this year, because they are in the pool right now swimming. Because of collaboration with the city, with my team on the installation, we were able to get that high school back in the pool for a long-term deal for 10 years. It's fantastic. Okay, so Richmond Elementary, thank you. That's awesome. That does not mean we don't need a city pool, though. We need to get a pool out there. Richmond Elementary, it's another cool thing. Doc and I have been talking about this for a long time through what used to be called the Office of Economic Adjustment, able to get some school grants that we work together as a DOD and a city to ensure we get after these grants. We won that grant, and so now 48 acres of Navy land outside Richmond Gate is going to be turned into an incredible school, and we all are looking forward to shovels, digging into the dirt and get that Richmond Elementary School going. So this is a story of a city, of Ridgecrest, and a base, China Lake, who have been here together growing since the early 1940s. In some way, the city was the base was the city. 9/11 and a lot of things have separated that. But we are still together in one spirit. And so we are growing together. The more that you accelerate outside the fence line, the more we can recruit and retain and retrain talent. And it becomes a symbiotic cycle. I almost said next slide. All right, so China Lake has become a destination of choice for those seeking work that matters. And that work matters to the nation because the mission matters to the nation, and this community, therefore, matters to the mission. China Lake and Ridgecrest answered the call from every war, every conflict since World War II. 75% of the weapons used in all the conflicts since World War II were developed and researched and trained on here. And as you saw in the news last night, we heard someone mention and kind of allude to it earlier, but the elephant in the room is lots of things going on in Europe, things that I haven't seen. I mentioned it feels like I'm watching the news, history, 1933 news in HD right now. And so what we do together as a team to build this community and to ensure the base continues its mission is extremely important to the United States of America. So I want to personally say thank you for your efforts in helping us on the installation. For those of you who have teammates that work on the installation, we will continue taking care of them. And our goal is to grow together so we are a center of excellence in the Navy and in the nation here in Ridgecrest. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Captain Vaughn. Just their energy, right? Just so exciting. Okay. Up next, we have Dan Carino, Executive Director for Naval Air Warfare Center Weapons Division, where he directs a civilian workforce of more than 6,000 individuals. I can't even keep track of 5. With 2 primary sites in Southern California, NOC-WD is responsible for research, development, acquisition support, test evaluation, and in-service engineering for weapons systems. Mr. Carino earned a Bachelor's of Science degree in Aerospace Engineering from the University of Tennessee. He has been a member of the acquisition professional community since 2001 and is the recipient of the Michelson Laboratory Award in 2009, the Dr. L.T.E. Thompson Award in 2015, and the NavAir Commander Award in 2015. So please welcome Dan Carino.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Always interesting to hear my bio again. It reminds me of when I used to do some cool technical work. And sometimes I'm not, don't get to do that as much these days. But hey, it's great to be here on behalf of Admiral Dillon and WD. Just a great time. It's great to be here in person. The videos last year I know were awesome, but it actually is good to see people gathered and to where we can have this interaction. And I do want to say thanks to Captain Vaughn
just a tremendous partnership that we have with Captain Scott, Captain Vaughn, with the region, with the OICC. And I'm glad that I'm kind of sandwiched in between them because they are excellent speakers, and I'll kind of be that middle speaker, and then Captain Scott's going to get up here and wow you again. But hey, again, it's I got nothing, I think, but good news. I'm going to try to hit the highlights. We are about the mission. I do want to start out with that. And there's been, a couple comments made. That's why people want to come work here, and that's where the passion is, and where I get my energy, and where our team at WD gets their energy. And watching the news most of the night, like I'm sure many of you all were, it is sort of surreal, but we're ready. We're ready for whatever is going to happen, wherever the Navy may be called to serve and support. I'm confident that we have the right data and that we are ready to operate wherever we may be asked to go operate. And so that's a testament to our workforce and our community, and the passion and the expertise that we bring to the Navy. So I'm not going to go through all the slides because I think some of them may have been covered. I want to hit on a few of the highlights that are important to this group, and but before I'll cut to the chase and say, business is great. Okay, lots of opportunities. We're on a path. We have to hire like crazy this year to keep up with our targeted end strength. The work that we provide, the expertise, the things that we're looking at to evolve in the future, and the skill sets that we need to hire. We are recruiting heavily. And I'm going to touch on the partnership with the community and things that we can do to make that better. So in case I forget to mention this later, I want to keep the communication lines open. There's been a couple of opportunities that I've had to communicate the vision and kind of where we're headed to a couple of different venues in town this past year. But the communication lines are open, and wherever we can do better, wherever I can do better, please let me know, because I want to share that information because we're better together, no doubt. So this is again kind of the overview, kind of our capabilities, and some of the stats that are there. Let me just get this ready here. Okay, so I think we've hit on some of the real estate that we have, the ranges, and the facilities. Let me just keep. I've never been asked, by the way, to successfully to get us back on schedule in anything that I've ever presented. So, but I'm going to try. Okay, there's a view of the big picture with NOC WD. Most of our workforce is about 4,200 here at the China Lake site, and about 1,800 or so at Point Magoo. And then you can see the spread of our ranges. One thing I will say that I wanted to point out, if you look at the upper right and you see the Nellis ranges, and what you don't see are the Fallon ranges and the Utah Test and Training ranges. The things that we're working on in partnerships for a joint capability with our threat systems, with training, with development, and the things that we can. Obviously, I can't go into all the details here, but we're working very closely with our joint partners to make sure that we have an integrated range, and again with threat laydowns and capabilities that we can go test and further develop, and we can also simulate as well. So those extended ranges, like off our primary Navy ranges, will continue to be more and more important, and so that's something that we're putting a lot of energy into.
Okay. So where's our real resources? Our most valuable resources are people and the technical expertise that we bring. This is just a handful, some great pictures here of some of the work that we do. You'll see software support, the systems engineering aspects, the energetics there on the bottom, which is you're going to hear probably more about this from Captain Scott, but we have got some tremendous facilities that are being modernized, courtesy of the earthquake reconstruction, and these are helping our programs with that expertise and with that buying power. Right now, the main things that our new Admiral, Vice Admiral Chebby for Naval Air Systems Command, he was out last week. The things that he continuously emphasizes are capability and affordability. And we really have a lot to offer our program managers in the way of affordability, meaning that we can bring our organic capability and augment what our prime contractors are doing and provide that value, that expertise, a lot of the testing, a lot of the systems engineering. We're doing that organically. Software development that you see there is a tremendous capability. If we can write software and do some of that testing and that risk reduction here, that makes it a lot more affordable than for the program managers to execute their programs. And again, that just becomes more money for war fighting and operational objectives. So again, this is just a snapshot. A few of the representative things that we have. One of the things I wanted to talk about on the tech transfer, I want to highlight on the CRADAs. So 9 new CRADAs, $20 million. And one of the things I wanted to highlight there is that in the affordability aspect, there's a lot of companies that have great ideas, okay, that can bring innovative solutions, okay, to our weapons programs and our platforms and the integration, but it's hard for them to break in. And so some of the things that we have started to do is put in place some CRADAs that allow some of these smaller, non-traditional suppliers to utilize our facilities and our expertise here at China Lake. And for instance, there may be a company that has an idea to build a weapon system and they need a rocket motor. Well, it's hard to break into the rocket motor business. You have to get explosive sighting and approvals and a lot of infrastructure to stand up an explosives handling operation. However, if they can set up a partnership with us, okay, and have us help them design and build a motor and test it for them, okay, and they still own the data, okay, then that provides an opportunity for that company to showcase their innovative ideas. We, the government, the Navy side, gets some valuable work out of that, working with industry and training our more junior workforce in design and development. And so that becomes a win-win. And then the program manager, who's got the acquisition dollars, now has another option. And we all know competition is good. Okay, we get a lot better solutions when we have a lot of options to choose from, vice just one or two. And so that's something that's part of my vision and part of the Navy's vision. We have a couple CRADAs already set up and are moving forward. These companies are talking about setting up shop here in town and potentially setting up an operation where they can utilize our facilities, come in and off, on and off base. We have some CSAs that are already operating that way, so I think that's a great opportunity because, again, affordability, one of our main challenges, and so that's going to go a long way into providing some flexibilities that the Navy needs. And you'll see some other, 16 new CSAs, and you can see some of the numbers there. Okay, here's a little bit on our China Lake budgets. And overall, you can see that out of the $1.1 billion in contracts, $227 million is going right here in Kern County. You also see our bank card program. So the spending is healthy. It's a lot of it is local. I don't see that changing very much. So I think that's a very positive outlook. Here's something on our workforce, and I will say if you look at, let's see, I'm going to have to use my hard copies here because I can't quite see the numbers there. But if you look, we've had, in 21, we ended up down a little bit at the China Lake on board. And really what's happening here is the attrition is a lot higher than what we've experienced previously. I mean, there's probably a number of causes for that. The last couple years have been a little bit different, and so we've lost, I think, a little more than what we originally had planned. So we have a huge hiring target this year. Okay, so we're recruiting in force right now. I believe that in order to hire, approximately 600 new employees, we really got a lot of work to do the rest of this year. And so our overall end strength is the end strength targets coming down slightly, but again, we could, if we don't hire, we're not going to make those. We're not going to make those targets. So one of the things I wanted to talk about, which was already mentioned by Captain Vaughn, is all this new construction. When we go to recruit, and as we bring people on site visits this year, it's exciting. I mean, we got all this construction going on the base. I mean, if I were a new engineer, coming out, of college now, and I see all this construction, a new South Airfield, and all the energetics work that's being, rebuilt, and all this classified space that, for projects I may not even know about. I'm looking at China Lake, wow, this is a place to be. The Navy thinks this place is important. They invested billions of dollars here. I want to come work. And then I go into town, okay, and I, like Captain Vaughn said, go up and down and see all the new construction and new apartments, and wow, we got, we don't have an In-N-Out yet, but, I know they're working on it. But, that's exciting. And, so how do we work together to tell that story? And I certainly have my human capital department is going to be working with the city to make sure that we're crafting that message that, hey, this is a package deal. You're going to come here, you're going to have the best facilities, on base. Okay, we've got a dynamic group in Ridgecrest, okay, that's looking to the future and looking at, okay, how do we keep these people here? How do we make this from education to quality of life issues? And I think we can do a lot better job, communicating that. And so I'm committed to making that the best that it can be. So yeah, this workforce take what you want. I've also, if you look back a few years, I mean, we were doing pretty good work with 3,300 people. So, some fluctuations in the end strength doesn't, after 31 years, I don't get too worried about, small percentages. The main thing I worry about is, do we have the right talent? Do we have that right mix to what the Navy needs? And so we are working very, very hard on that. Okay, just some more. I'm not going to spend much time on that. There's some highlights here, and again, relevance. Okay, are we relevant to the Navy mission? The resounding answer is absolutely yes. Last week, we had the opportunity to host Vice Admiral Chevy and a host of other SES and a couple other admirals and a couple of Admiral Selects. And so I thought, number one, this was a huge get-together to talk about, okay, where's NAVAIR's place and what the Navy needs to be accomplishing. Again, capability, availability, affordability. He brought that group here. Okay, and so that was a very positive message. Okay, he sees the importance of the work that we're doing here on the West Coast. I think as we drove around and these, not all of them had all the insights into the type of work that we do, but the construction and the classified spaces, in the South Airfield, as these individuals saw that, they were, wow, okay, why wouldn't we take advantage of this? Okay, what do we need, does it really make sense to try to build a new building somewhere else on the East Coast when already this is happening here? So it's opening up the dialogue. There is an expectation that myself as Weapons Division and Aircraft Division at Patuxent River will work together and leverage the combined capabilities that we have of the workforce facilities. We got some complex warfighting problems, and they're getting tougher by the day. And so there's an expectation that we'll leverage both of the organizations together as the warfare center. We'll still be Weapons Division, we'll still be Aircraft Division, but I thought it was just a great signal, and again, when I saw the eyes light up, wow, we didn't know this was being built here. That's going to open up some opportunities, and so again, I'm really excited about where we're headed. I want to make sure that I think I hit some of the key points, but I'm sure there's questions, and please let's keep the communication lines open. And again, I appreciate the community coming together today. As Mayor Bruin said, it's incredible people in this community, and that's what's going to carry us into the future. I'm a small part of that, and just proud and blessed to have the position I do with WD. But again, it's all about partnerships, and so I look forward to continuing to work with this group. So I will turn it over to, I think, the third leg of this, the exciting new construction that's going on, but I really appreciate your time, and it's great to be with you. Thank you.
Woo-hoo, there's hope. They're hiring, and I'm looking for a job. Okay, now we have with us, I know I have this file, kind of changed the order a little bit here. I don't, for some reason, I'm not seeing it. I have it, I know I do. Okay, here we go. Captain Lori Scott, Commanding Officer in charge of construction at China Lake. Scott is a registered professional civil engineer in the District of Columbia, a member of the Defense Acquisition Corps, a qualified CB combat warfare officer, and a life member of the Society of American Military Engineers. Please welcome Captain Lori Scott.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I just wanted to first just thank you for the opportunity to be able to talk about the exciting stuff that's happening on base in the wake of all the construction that's going on. Really want to acknowledge NOC-WD, Dan Carino. Thank you for your leadership, but then also acknowledge the base. A lot of the things that's happened up to this point is directly because of Captain Vaughn's leadership. So as soon as he checked on board, we had a quick conversation, and he has set conditions, if you will, for us to be as successful as we've been up to this point. So I'll talk a little bit about that here as I go along. Okay. All right, these are not my slides. Am I?
The other.
I'm going the wrong way, right? The story of my life. Okay. All right, there it is. All right, so I said my name is Laurie Scott. I am from a small town in South Carolina called Hemingway. We still have the Tupperware plant, actually. We're known for having one of only 2 Tupperware manufacturing plants in the U.S. So my mom, my auntie, my grandma, everybody worked at Tupperware. We had one stoplight and we had a huddle house, right? And that was about it. So Ridgecrest is a big city to me. I don't know what you guys think, but I came to Ridgecrest, I was a little bit intimidating. And I told Mayor Breeden at the time about my background and the mere fact that I fell in love with Ridgecrest quite easily because you guys have a movie theater and we didn't. So, all right. Okay, let's talk about the birth of the OICC, right? So, everyone know the history of the earthquakes. On July 4th, we had the 6.4. At the time, I was NAVFAC Southwest Ops Officer. So there I am in San Diego, doing what folks do in San Diego, and an earthquake happened here in Ridgecrest, specifically the epicenter being on the base. So I launched folks from San Diego to help out. I launched some engineers to do damage assessments and some blue-collar workers to augment the public works folks on the base. They arrived the morning of July 5th, just in time to experience the 7.1, right? Think about that. So they arrived just in time. And soon after that, we were all in on doing the assessments. As you see here, we had about 234 facilities that received significant damage. The key to our success from day one was the integrated team between NAVFAC and NOCWD. I can't say that enough. So my program director, Curtis Davis, who's right over there, Brad Harlow, I think he's a staple in this community, Melissa Fennell and others, rose up to the challenge, and we came together as a team, and we built this multi-billion-dollar program. Built a multi-billion-dollar program in a matter of a few months. Think about that. And we were able to secure, in Milcon dollars alone, $2.3 billion for China Lake. Let me provide you context. So I did about 5 years in D.C., took 10 years off my life, so I'll probably be dying here in the next few years, so we'll see what happens. And I worked with programming of dollars. The Navy typically spends about $1 billion in Milcon worldwide annually. Ridgecrest, China Lake got $2.3 billion in 1 year. Think about that. 2.3 billion. I would tell you, and I think Curtis and Dan will back me up on this, that even when we were putting together the program, we had no idea that we would get everything we asked for on the Milcon side, in all honesty. But it really was the local community, the advocacy from the local and regional politicians as well, that you guys got $2.3 billion in Milcon. So as we say in the Navy, bravo Zulu to you, okay? So we took the same approach. Once we got the resources, we took the same approach in actually executing the work. So NAVFAC, Naval Facilities Engineering Command, established a special office just to deal with the construction, just the big stuff, right? So that's the OICC. And we are an integrated organization with NAVFAC and NOCWD. So you have the execution agent, right? I'm a civil engineer, I'm a construction guy. Then you have the requirements generator. That's what Dan talked about, all of the different mission sets that's supported by NOCWD, and one office together. And so what that does is, when we need to make a decision, the flash to bang is really quickly, okay? All right, so this is the, I've shown this slide, I think, at previous events throughout the city when we first started the program. So this is a different spin on it. This is all of our execution partners, right? So this is the folks, the world-class contractors that are actually delivering the construction capability on site. If you look here, the blue font represents the stuff that we awarded in FY20. We got all the money in FY20, but we had to break out the awards between FY20 and FY21. So the blue font represents the stuff we awarded in FY20. In FY20, the center of gravity was South Airfield. That's in the upper, this works? Oh, it does. In the upper left-hand corner here. So the South Airfield, that's about a program amount, that's about $1 billion, right? So we got that awarded at the end of FY20, so in September of 20. Think about that. Earthquake happens in July 2019. We made $1 billion award in September of 2020. The red font represents the stuff that we awarded in FY21. And the center of gravity for FY21 was really the CLIP, the Channel Lake Proportional Lab area. And we had to figure out a way, because those requirements are very unique to this installation. So all of those are special purpose built facilities. So we had to be a little bit more careful and make sure we understood the requirements before we could award them to a contractor. So that's why they were delayed a little bit into FY21. So all in all, we awarded all projects on time, right? And in FY21, we were tracking to execute about $146 million in design and construction. We did $291 million. $291 million, think about that. $291 million in design and construction in a single year. Unheard of. And the key to success, as I said before, was the integrated organization where we can get after requests for information and or whatever the contractor need really, really quickly. But then more important, we have world-class contractors who are committed. And a key component to our success also was the fact that we had industry forums as well. So you have world-class contractors who've been around the block, and they kind of know the business, and then they say, hey, here's some of the conditions that need to be set for us to be successful. One of those conditions was establishing a temporary employee housing camp. And that's paid major dividends. Because sometimes we forget that in the construction industry, the really truly talented workers, they have their pick of jobs. I liken it to, I spoke at a Veterans Day event for Hensel Phelps, and I view construction workers as just true patriots, right? Similar to the military. For the guys who do like the big stuff, they kind of travel around, they leave their families, they spend a lot of time away from their family and friends in order to restore capabilities. And for those who work on the DoD side, they restore capabilities that are essential to our national defense. So I don't lose sight of that. And so that temporary employee housing camp, I'll talk a little bit more about that, but that's working out really well, okay? I will figure this out. Okay, all right, so I've shown this slide before. If you guys were at the industry forum that we had in Ridgecrest a year or so ago, we featured this slide. So I like to sort of give you an update on this one. All of the projects are design build, meaning we award the contract. The contractor has a period that they are designing the actual project, and then they go into a construction phase, okay? What we've been able to do is have the design and the construction phase overlap a little bit. And what that allows us to do is restore the capability back quicker. Generally speaking, what typically happens is you get to 100% design, and then that's approved, then you begin the construction. We've broken our projects, we looked at each project, and we've looked at various elements of the design, and what we could pull out early, we did, so that we can get the contractors out on site a lot quicker, so that we ultimately can restore that capability back quicker as well. So for FY20, you got the design and the construction. So we are through all of the design on all the FY20 stuff, and we're in the construction phase. Construction or build phase, as we like to call it. And at the end of that, we'll get into outfitting phase. That's primarily knock WD pinning in, maybe the specialized equipment and things of that nature. In FY21, let me just back up one. All projects for FY 2021 are awarded. So for FY21, we are in the design phase for only 3 projects, and we're in the construction phase for the remaining. So a marvelous effort here to get from award to design, and now we're in construction on the FY21 stuff. From a labor force perspective, so when I first presented this chart back at the industry forum we had in Ridgecrest, I talked about us coming or peaking at about 1,500. So we've since adjusted those numbers. We're going to be anywhere from 1,300 to 1,400. And I'll tell you why. Part of it is contractors coming on, well, let me back up one. When I gave you those numbers in the industry forum, it was just an estimate. We had not awarded a contract yet. Now we have contractors who are on deck, and they were able to provide insight, if you will, on what subcontractors they're using, and we found that some of those overlap. Just think about that. Precious resource, hard to find, for some hard to find good subcontractors, so if they can share that resource, they do. And because we have the temporary employee housing camp, if I got, let's say, an electrical sub or a mechanical sub that's doing great work, then another contractor, because we have a community of contractors forum, we talk about all this stuff, they may pick up that same person, that same subcontractor. So due to that and a couple other factors, we've projected those numbers to be about 1,300 at peak, and then we'll hit that peak in 2023. Probably in the January, February timeframe, and we expect that peak to go about 4 to 6 months, right? Okay, let me talk about some of the highlights from the program itself. As I said, all major construction projects have been awarded. We're on time, and as I stated earlier, we're tracking on schedule as well. So 12 of the 14 contractors transitioned to construction phase. The remaining major construction projects will transition to construction phase by the end of May of this year. So we're tracking well on that. We've executed over 500,000 construction labor hours with no lost time safety incident. Think about that. 500,000 with no lost time safety incident. I tell you, construction construction in CONUS is not war, right? This is not the CB's back in World War II. We're here in Ridgecrest, so everyone should go home with their limbs, and no one should have to suffer, if you will, from any type of safety incident that could be traumatic. So we take safety really, really serious as we're executing this level of construction, and it's paying dividends. And I'll tell you a big reason why I come back to temporary employee housing. We don't see any accidents off-site as well. Typically, I was the public works officer at Naval Base Coronado, and we did $1 billion effort to rebuild coastal campus. That's if you go down the Coronado Strand there in Coronado, there's a huge campus where the Navy SEALs, West Coast Navy SEALs, that's their home. And so we rebuilt that about 2 years ago. Beautiful campus, but we had our fair share of accidents off base, right? Just think about it. As a construction worker, work 10, maybe 11 hours a day, then they go home. You get guys who are just plumb tired, they may get into an accident or two, and that happens. Because we have the temporary employee housing, we have not had any incidents with construction workers off base as well. So thank you all for being supportive of that effort. The temporary employee housing, fully operational. We have currently 1,000 beds on deck. We've added an additional 150 beds in anticipation of the surge that's coming. And then lastly, we have conditions set. We're going to do a signalized intersection at Highway 178 and Jack Ranch Road. And that'll help facilitate some of the traffic that's supporting South Airfield and other projects in that area on base. We're also are improving a gate at, we call it Tank Hill Road. That's near the temporary employee housing. That's going to facilitate traffic flow into the Clip area. All right, let's talk about some of the economic impacts from the construction. This is some of the, there's 3 buckets associated with some of the local and regional construction support that's being provided to our contractors. There's a supply side, right? On the supply side, a big one is concrete. All of the concrete that's being used right now is coming from local sources. The contractors made a deliberate effort, right? They looked at establishing their own batch plant, talked locally, and realized that those guys could scale up, and that's paying major dividends. On the services side, a lot of services being provided in support of this effort. Hotel lodging, although we have a temporary employee housing camp, the contractors do have folks who come in on a temporary basis that want to stay at a hotel. Well, I was in a conference, we did a tabletop exercise a couple of weeks ago, and we did it at a local hotel. So as some of the COVID restrictions come down, we're looking to leverage out-in-town sources, restaurants, hotels, and things of that nature a little bit more. But I think from a lodging perspective, they've done a pretty good job of utilizing the resources that are on hand. Equipment rentals, we rent a fair amount of equipment from local sources. Environmental monitoring, right? So we care about desert tortoises and burrowing owls and things of that nature. So we have environmental monitors on site, and those are from local sources as well. And then on the subcontractor side, the subcontractors, once the contractors got on site, they got awarded the project, they had established relationships, some of them from the industry forums. So I remember having a conversation a few years ago. It was Ron and Scott and Dave and Brad and I, we all got together and said, let's do something in Ridgecrest. And we made it almost like a partnering, if you will, partnering opportunity between the big prime contractors and local and regional subcontractors. And that's paid dividends, as you can see here. We got some subcontractors that are actively working construction on base, and they're local and regional folks. And let me just say this. We have not seen the peak, as I said earlier. We've not seen the peak. So they're still looking to bring on board folks, if you will, to help with this effort. All in all, a couple of months ago, we went out and asked the contractors, how many local, regional folks have you guys hired? And also, we got a sense of the amount of money that's been injected into the economy here locally. About 200 folks, local and regional workers being employed, and then we have about $50 million that have been injected into the economy. So quite a decent amount, given the fact that we are not at the height of construction quite yet. Okay, so value to the community, and you know, I really enjoyed the previous speakers just talking about the value of all of the things that's happening in Ridgecrest and how it's going to allow us, if you will, to attract the best and the brightest. And Dan hinted at this earlier as well. So that by the mere fact that we're building these state-of-the-art facilities, we'll be able to support current and we all know critical DoD missions, right? But then also, in order for us to be successful, we have to attract the best. So a lot of times, we're competing for highly technical talent. And we want them to walk into these facilities and feel like they're a part of something bigger than themselves, right? And that's going to be, that's the guiding post, if you will, as we are trying to direct our contractors to make sure that we're not taking any shortcuts and we're building facilities that are unmatched anywhere in the world, okay? We currently have over 650 workers on site, and we're going to increase to about 1,300 at peak. And all these workers receive per diem. So they're out in town, they're spending, they're going to, you pick your favorite restaurant. I like them all. But they're out in town, they receive a per diem, and they're spending their resources there as well. The birthing camps, each person has a 300 square foot studio apartment with wash and dryer, their own wash and dryer, which I don't have here locally, by the way, as well as a full kitchen, their own individual baths. So it's like you have, hundreds of residents with money in their pockets, not like I was as a poor college student, and they're out in town spending it. So that's a good thing for the community. Also, OICC affiliated families are filling critical roles in the community as well. I would tell you within the OICC, China Lake, immediate folks who've moved here, we have several teachers, we have several healthcare workers, we have folks who are coming in and they're looking to give back, right? And so I think that's a good benefit for the larger community as well. And then building relationships with world-class contractors. That's so important. Because when you undergo an effort like this, and then COVID happens, there's second, third order effects. So there's supply chain issues that we have not impacted our schedule yet, because these guys have really deep relationships that the suppliers have to prioritize between someone that I know is going to be around for a while versus someone who I may have just started establishing a relationship with. So that's what we have, and these folks, and they're committed to community service. I think they've been doing some stuff out in the community. And also, there are some of those workers that are joining, they're coming in as an apprentice and have the opportunity to become journeymen at the end of this. And then this last one is, if you ever have a major construction effort, they've sort of figured out certain things that will make them likely, if you will, if needed, that they would come back, right? And I look at it from a NAVFAC perspective, because a lot of times when we're looking at different opportunities across NAVFAC Southwest, or across Region Southwest, I should say, you got to have a willing partner, right? And so when there's a lot of work going on across the Southwest U.S., these guys can go where they want to go, and the mere fact that they're here and they're figuring out supply chain issues and what works, if there's ever a need in the future, they may be reliable partners. Okay. Okay, a lot of folks ask about this. When I'm out in town and I'm out in uniform, occasionally someone will recognize me, and they ask me questions that I think should go to Captain Vaughn, and I politely give them his phone number and email. But the community support facility, I have this up here because that's going to be our first major ribbon cutting, right? So the contractor we have is phenomenal. No schedule growth at all. As a matter of fact, they're slightly ahead of schedule. I won't say how much, but they're slightly ahead of schedule, right? We've only experienced a 0.5% cost growth. Think about that. 0.5% cost growth, right? So we awarded this back in September of 2020 at about $50 million. The groundbreaking ceremony was on December 7th of 2020. And we had, of course, for this facility, well, let me back up one. We know how important the chapel was to many folks here, right? We talked about it a lot, and we really wanted to be deliberate, if you will, and making sure that the community had a representative there when we did the groundbreaking ceremony, so we had one of the councilmen come out and participate in that. But also, we took some of the stained glass from the actual, from the old chapel, and it's going to be incorporated into the design of the new chapel. So when you guys come into the new chapel, you'll see some of the stained glass from the old chapel. So we were trying to be very deliberate, if you will, about how we approach that. So we had the groundbreaking ceremony, and then, as you can see, the fitness center itself is going to have tremendous capabilities, including a indoor saltwater pool, right? Which is, I guess, if you can win without a pool, just imagine if you had a saltwater pool, right? Would that help? I'm not a swimmer, but I'm thinking it will, right? Right, Skipper? No? All right. Also, basketball, volleyball courts, racquetball courts, and it's going to have group activity rooms as well. And then on the other side, so this is the gym here, right? And that's going to it's about 38,000 square feet. I would tell you, I built the gym on Coronado, and that was like a marquee gym in the Navy. This is much better, right? This is much better. I was at Naval Air Station, North Island on Coronado, and we built, that gym was about 35,000 square feet, but it's outdated compared to what you guys have here locally. And then if you walk across, I guess the walkway here, this is the multi-purpose religious facility, and if you're ever on base, you can see it's going up quite nicely. It's going to be about 14,000 square feet. It'll have major chapel area as well as state-of-the-art audio-visual. And what's remarkable about this is how they've incorporated all of the all types of design features using glass. This is a lot of outlets, if you will, for sunlight and natural lighting to come into the building. So it's really, really good. So we're going to complete this project in September, right? And I'm hoping, and I'll hope the base skipper is on board. We'll have a ribbon cutting either late September or early October to celebrate this, and frankly invite the community to participate. This is a big deal. We know that many of you guys have been have some connection, if you will, particularly to the chapel. So that's why I wanted to show this one. Okay. All right. So on the I want to give you some points of contact. I think we're going to post these slides. So for those interested in learning about opportunities, I got 2 slides here. On the government side, these are some of our small business folks to reach out to see what's coming up. Right? Just essentially, there's always stuff happening and things of that nature. So if you're a small business and looking for opportunities, these are the folks to call. And on the contractor side, so our contractors, we did a virtual industry forum and really partnered with the city to do it. And they had their own like mini forums, if you will, and they talked to some of those subcontractors that are on deck right now. Well, they're always looking for talent as well. So these are their contacts for folks to reach out if folks are interested in opportunities with some of our prime contractors, okay? All right? We're not taking any questions, but I was backstage and I was talking to someone and they said they have a special treat because I am the last Navy representative. They're going to show you a video that really kind of epitomizes what the base does. So let's see how it works.
Woo! Kind of makes you want to go out and blow something up, doesn't it? Don't. These are highly trained professionals. Okay, you know, I always appreciate hearing from the base because I have to tell you, I really don't know a lot about what happens on the base. I know many of you directly support them, and the rest of you indirectly support them in some fashion or another. But I've been married to the same man for 41 years, and 35 of those years he's worked on base. And every time I ask him what he does, he says, I can't tell you or I'd have to kill you. And he doesn't need any more reasons to kill me, so I don't ask anymore. We got a 5-minute break, and then when we come back, we're going to hear from our keynote on what we can expect at a regional, state, and national level on the economy. Okay, let's go ahead and get started again. If everybody could have their seats. I know you really want to stretch. It's hard sitting for so long. Hey, Don. How's it going? Okay, so our next speaker is our keynote speaker for the third consecutive year. Dr. Mark Schneep is an economist and director of the California Economic Forecast in Santa Barbara. Dr. Schneep develops regional real estate and economic forecasts, publications, and presents his findings at many large public conferences. He served as the senior economist to Kathleen Connell, the California State Controller, from 1999 to 2003, and served as the director of the Economic Forecast Project at the University of California, Santa Barbara, between 1985 and 2000. So we're looking forward to what he has to share with us today. Welcome, Dr. Schneep.
Okay, welcome. Let's see, where's my thing? So I'm going to talk about, I'm going to talk about Indian Wells Valley like I do every year, but let me talk about some of the bigger issues that are going on in the economy today, which are affecting you, affecting all of us, for that matter. And of course, what's behind all that is the pandemic that never seems to end, okay? And I'll discuss the principal issues that this is affecting, a little bit of chronology of events, although I'm not a big history guy. And then we'll get to the regional outlook. But there's so much happening nationally that you need to know about. Now, I'm so glad to be here in person because I've been doing these Zoom presentations. I've probably done 40 of them. And as you can see, you can change the backgrounds, right? So you get good at changing the backgrounds. So this is the one I've been using. Well, I've been using a bunch. See, here's my Napa Valley one for a serene talk, right? And then when things didn't look so good, I was using the down arrow, right? There's another one. And then I got good at the filters that you can play with. Uncertain times, I use the roulette. Here's my Breaking Bad background. It's complete with chips and salsa. But my favorite one was the SpaghettiOs Jell-O mold with weenies. So, but I don't think my audiences like that one so much. All right, so let me talk about what I'm really going to talk about today. Let's go. Okay, so where we are now, we're right at this moment, and I can just underscore almost everything I'm going to talk about today. It's all about the pandemic. That's kind of the common theme. So the sooner we get rid of the pandemic, the better off we're going to be. We're going to cure a lot of these issues that we're in now. And it's these: inflation, the supply chain problems, the labor force problems. So I'll address that. And I want to talk about the California economy and then the regional economy, okay? And then finally I'll end up with the outlook going forward. So I've got a series, as I normally do, of quizzes that I want you to participate in. Just raise your hand. And frequently, there's always multiple answers to this that you can respond to. So raise as many times as you want. But when do you think we'll be back to normal? That's the question right now, right? I mean, I've asked this a couple of times, and of course we've all been wrong. So here, answer number one. Raise your hand. In 2 to 3 months. Who says that? Nobody? Oh, there's a few. One, couple, hardly anybody. Okay. Here, by the summer. So that's what, 4 or 5 months? Okay, a few more of you. All right, boy, you're optimistic. By November. Okay, fall. Okay, a few more of you. A whole year. Is it going to take a year? Is it really going to take another year? And you really think so? Okay. Boy. It will never be the same. Who says that? Okay. Boy, that's the biggest response. Right? I live in Florida. It's quite normal there now. Texas, Tennessee, you know, they are. Some of the red states, it's quite normal. All right, so the answer, I think anyway, this is a crapshoot, but I think it's going to be 2 to 3 months or by the summer, and I'll show you why I think that. Although it's tough to say that even because of this state and what this state has engaged in over the point of the pandemic. But here are COVID cases going back to December of 2020, right, all the way up through just a day or two ago. This is daily cases, new cases that come in, and this is for California, right? And so here's Omicron, you know, and that was Delta, and that was the original Alpha variant. So you can see how big Omicron was relatively to the other breakouts. You know, it was huge. In fact, for many places in California and in Europe, for all the case, for every single occurrence of coronavirus that somebody got, since December 28th till now, 40% of all those cases occurred. That's how dominant Omicron was. And Omicron was originally judged when it first came out of South Africa as being, you know, the nature's vaccine, because it was going to be mild, it was going to be easily transmittable, and it was all going to get us to herd immunity because we'd all get immunity, natural immunity with it, right? And I think that that's kind of what's happened. You can see where we are now. We're down, it's essentially over. Omicron is done, right, for the most part. I mean, it's still transmitting, but it's really not creating the big dangers that we saw with the other waves. So, you know, I think that we may be done with this, and I think politically a lot of states are now done with this as well. So we're going to have to see what happens. But, you know, we're seeing things occur in other countries, and other countries are just calling off the pandemic, like Ireland, like the United Kingdom, and like Austria did just a couple of days ago. So, and they were very draconian. What has the pandemic changed? All right, let's talk about this. The labor force has shrunk. It's changed the labor force. It's shrunk, and I'll be addressing this. But a lot of reason that it's changed, and it's changed it kind of forever, is that it accelerated retirements. Accelerated retirements. So we're not going to get those people back. But it did other things, and we'll get to that. And then regarding the way that we work again, all right, we've been told that there's going to be these dramatic structural changes in the way we work, and we may be working from home or whatever the case. And I don't think so. This is, and the Great Resignation has prompted more of this. Have everybody heard this term, the Great Resignation? Who has? Right? I'll show you a picture of the Great Resignation, why it's called that. But I'm not of that persuasion. I think the Great Resignation is principally due to we just have a tight labor market. That's all. We have this tight labor market, and it's not necessarily because we got acclimated to working from home during the shutdowns, and therefore we really got to like that, and therefore that's what we want, and if we don't get that, we're going to quit. If the employer doesn't get it, we're going to quit. Okay? This is going to happen. And this is just what it says it is. This is quits. People quitting nationwide. And you can see where we are. We're at the highest levels ever in the history of this data. People quitting right and left. All right, that's why everybody says, oh, it's the Great Resignation. It's because everybody wants to get what they want from their employer because they're so used to working from home. And I just think it's the tightness of the labor market. When the labor force starts coming back and easing up, this is going to change as well. Okay, let me quickly talk about the present, where we are. Right now, I'm going to do it real fast. I'm going to do it like the guy on Monday Night Football that does the 3 minutes halftime. But I'm only doing it in one. Okay. An economic recovery is still underway right now, but growth has slowed down because of the Delta variant hit and then Omicron. Okay, and that caused some hiccups. Inflation remains a problem, and it's concerning, and I'll talk more about that. Interest rates are now rising, and in fact, a few economists have gone all the way to proclaiming that perhaps we're entering into a period of stagflation, which you don't want, because that's really hard to get out of. That's stag is the stagnant growth, stagnant economy, and then deflation, of course, is combined with inflation, and it's really hard from a policy standpoint to cure that problem. So we don't want to enter into that. And then the supply issues, which we have right now, aren't really going away. They're not being resolved. The stock market correction, which we are seeing, is not over. So brace yourself for that. And the unemployment rate that we currently have in the U.S., and for that matter in most places now, it really tells us that the labor market is tight amidst all this other stuff that's going on. And given all the spending that's coming out of Washington, boy, nobody seems to be paying any attention to the federal deficit. All right? It's becoming ethereal. So that's where we are in 1 minute. Now, here's just a template. This is just a template. I just want to throw this up real quickly because it's going to show you how I'm going to present some of these pictures going forward. So this is GDP, which is just the value of all production of services and goods in this country. So just think of it that way. This is the value. So it really monitors economic growth. It really monitors economic growth in this country. When we look at GDP, it's a gross kind of thing, and I'd rather use other indicators. I don't like this one because a lot of people just don't understand it. But this is just a template. So my pictures today are going to show you that, this big giant chasm that occurs in the indicators, and that was the pandemic hitting, and that's like April and May of 2020. So you're going to see this in a lot of the slides, right? So, and economists, they like to see when do we recover from this? So the peak that we're trying to recover back to is nearly always February of 2020. That was the last month before the pandemic hit. And it bottomed out in April or May. Most of the time April, sometimes May. So we need to get back to, to that peak. And we did for GDP in the spring of last year. So we've recovered, and now we're in a expansionary period again. So we're seeing recovery and expansion in overall production. So you just keep this in mind when you see all my other pictures coming up. But nevertheless, we are growing, kind of slowly, but nevertheless we are. All right, let me talk about quiz number 2. Because GDP was growing. So in view of that, this kind of gives me a gauge of the sentiment in the room, and not only that, but the sentiment of the people in the room in this particular region, because it's going to vary, right? How was your 2021? So here, answer with your hand raised, just like you did the first quiz, right? Stellar. It was a career year. Who says that? Who says that? Okay. Yeah, you must be in real estate. Right? Must be in real estate. Or you were in Bitcoin, although that has backtracked, as we all know. Okay, so 1. All right. Life couldn't be better. I'm working from home. Who says that? Right? A few of you like that. Maybe a few of you don't. Maybe you're working from home, but you don't really like it that much. Okay? I got vaccinated, I followed the science, and I still got coronavirus. Who says that? A lot of people, this happened to. I mean, right? This was my 2021. I mean, many people say that. It wasn't mine, but many people say that. They got it. And they may have got it twice. A lot of people say that. Okay, so that's an answer. I'm faced with product shortages. Who says that? Okay, a few of you. Yes. I'm faced with higher prices for equipment, materials, and supplies. Right? This is kind of the sign of the times. And I can't find workers to fill all my job openings. Yeah, everybody's into that, right? I'll be addressing some of these issues as I go along. Here, I drank profusely. Yeah, a lot of you, okay. Right, we all did. Right, so the correct answers are number one, I got vaccinated and I drank. Actually, they're all correct because, again, these are all right answers. In fact, when you look at the polls, Americans didn't like 2021. It was one of the worst years ever, despite the growth that we saw, despite the tight labor markets that we're in, despite the increasing high wages that we're all getting paid. They didn't like 2021, okay? So this is important because this underscores everything else I'm going to talk about. The negative sentiment that we're seeing in this country right now. That's caused by a lot of factors, and I'll get into those. But this is one of the most important charts here. The sentiment index from the University of Michigan. They've been doing this since the 60s. And they ask these same 5 questions every month for 5,000 people randomly selected. Okay, and when you answer the questions positively, optimistically, like, you know, how's your income looking for the next 6 months? What are your employment prospects? Are you going to be spending? These kinds of things on the economy. And you answer them positively, well, that makes the index go up. And if you answer them negatively or pessimistically, it goes down. So the February number, just a week ago, because this is real-time, almost real-time data, was very, very low. Very low. There's a general sense of pessimism. In fact, it's so low, it's even lower than the April and May of 2020 when the pandemic grounded us all, imprisoned us all. Can you imagine that? It's even more negative than then. Right? That's where we are. That's what American consumers are feeling now. You know, it's kind of sketchy out there. And why is it? It's about the pandemic. Again, we go back. It's about the pandemic. We're at the lowest levels of optimism going back to 2011. We can't find that was low, going all the way back to or just in the aftermath of the Great Recession. Right? Surveys show that there's a rising belief that the ongoing, pandemic response is really due to overreach by our public officials, our elected officials, and our public health people. There's that general sense now that we're seeing in a lot of surveys. So people don't like that. They don't like all the confusing evidence and the confusing guidance that we're getting. And what was misinformation 6 months ago is no longer misinformation. Right? So if you were canceled on Twitter, well, now you won't be canceled for saying the same stuff. Okay? And then there's all this anxiety about masks and tests and the vaccine mandates and kids in school and whether they have to get the vaccine and closures and now the boosters. So again, all this stuff is piling up on us. Everybody's getting very pandemic weary of this stuff because it's not going away. Here, the boosters are a whole other thing. Here, take a look at this. I just took this off the internet. That's why the chart is different from my normal format, just because I didn't have all the raw data for all these countries. But this is the share of the country's population that has gotten the booster to date. This is all the way up through February 20th, through yesterday. Okay? So there's the U.S., right there, the share of the population that's gotten the booster. Now look at it. Look how low it is. Look at how low it is. I mean, Denmark, Italy, Belgium, Germany, Norway, France, Sweden, Canada, Brazil, they're all above us. There's a lot of skepticism about the booster and about any vaccine going forward now. We're seeing vaccine, rates really trail off. So again, there's that skepticism, and it's weighing heavily on consumer sentiment, consumer confidence right now. Another thing that's also dashing confidence, particularly recently, is the stock markets. The stock market sell-off that we're seeing. So here's the Dow through yesterday, daily, just going back about 100 days, back to October. And that was the peak in early January. That's when it hit the record high. So and that was through yesterday. That was 9.8, and it lost another like 700 points today. I guess the market's not closed yet. It could come back, but not likely. So, you know, this is not helpful. And then here's the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ peaked out in November. Same thing in the last 100 days or so. And then that was yesterday. It was down 16%. And the NASDAQ was down another 3% this morning. But it came all the way back. And it was positive. It was up 0.5%, or up 60 points when I last checked. So thank God we're not seeing a complete meltdown. But nevertheless, this isn't helpful. We don't need stock market crashes in view of how bad sentiment is already, or at least how much it's eroding right now. Now, why is the stock market going down so much? You know, barring the most recent news from today or last night. Why is it going down? Well, one of the reasons is because the world economic growth, global growth, is being downgraded significantly. Amidst all the other problems like the supply issues and particularly inflation. Inflation is really not good for the stock market or the bond market for that matter. That's why interest rates are rising so rapidly now. So the International Monetary Fund that tends to monitor these things has downgraded economic growth. And so, you know, we were 5% last year in world economic growth, and now it's 3.9 this year, and that was just downgraded from about 4.5. So that's not helpful to the overall stock market or to business in general. So the question I have, okay, put sentiment aside, put the stock market aside, is the economy really that bad off? You know, and it's not. It's not that bad off. Yes, we're getting mixed messages. We've got confidence surveys that aren't good, and we've certainly got the stock market. But jobs are plentiful, and income is very high, and household debt is low. So personal finances are very good, and your employment opportunities are great, okay? But that's not enough. That doesn't carry as much weight as these issues: the prices of goods and services, the labor shortages, and product availability. Product availability. One of the biggest bummers that people have is when they walk into a store and see this, right? Did your shelves ever look like this? Do they look like this now? They're probably cream cheese, yeah. Really, the cream cheese factory up in, where was it, Minnesota or Michigan? You know, it's not so, the dairy compartment looks bad, and the meat department is pretty much depleted still. Not so much the shelves, although sometimes it looks like this when I go into my local Ralph's. So this isn't helpful. This is very negative for the consumer. And then take a look at this. Okay, so this is vehicle sales in the United States, right? And so, you know, it's eroding away. Now, normally when you look at something like this, a chart where the sales are just plummeting like that, what do you think? What's the first thing that you think? That demand is going down, right? Or the recession, or people aren't buying cars because, you know, they can't, their incomes or whatever. But that's not the reason, right? That's not the reason for this. Oh, by the way, you can see January, we saw some relief. We had a blip up. So, you know, whatever is changing for the good. People are buying. The reason is because what would have been those sales in there that would have filled in that big gap, here's all those cars that never got sold because what? They're sitting in production lots, like this one in Missouri, waiting for semiconductors, right, to run their internal and external services, because we've got a semiconductor shortage, and it's translated into a vehicle shortage. So we don't have a demand problem, we've got a supply problem. And you can best see it in stuff like that, in like new cars. You know, my car is going to be, I lease cars, and so my lease is going to be up in the summer. And I went to the dealer, and they go, well, good thing you came in. It's going to take about 6 months to get you a new car, you know, if you want to replace that. So you really got to plan ahead. Things aren't the same right now because you have to order everything in advance. You have to order a car way in advance. Like you would go into and see a model home and then order a home and then they build it. It's the way it is now. Here, let's talk about inflation just real quickly. But this is another thing that's bothering consumers and making them feel the way they are and making you feel the way you are. Okay, the price level. I mean, we're at, the highest level since 1982. 7.5%, right there. 7.5% inflation has run up. Now, just right before the pandemic hit, that's February, it was 2%. So we're running up to 4 times that price rate. That's what we're seeing right now. And we were told it was transitory, which just means temporary, but it's not. This is a little bit more structural, and I'll talk about that in a second. Now, how did we get here? How did all this fall apart? Right? Do you ever ask yourself that? Do you ever ask anybody that? How did we get there? Here, rewind back to the spring, almost a year ago, right? The economy opens up, and it responds with a bang. Right, we were told back right about this time that the blueprint, remember that blueprint regimen we were under? It was really restrictive. We were told, okay, California's going to get rid of that. It's going away. And other states, however, beat us to it, and they started opening up in March and April. And there was all this euphoria and excitement, right? All this euphoria and excitement. And then we were under the vaccination program, and they were vaccinating 2 to 3 million people per day here in this country alone. And the daily cases were falling like a rock. Okay, and then hiring was accelerating. Everything was opening up, and we all believed that the pandemic was over and Corona was behind us. Do you remember this? This is how it was. And so the summertime for travel and all those things appeared extremely hopeful, as I say here. Finally, over. We're done with this. We thought, we were told, if you get the vaccination, you're done. Right? Opened everything up. Things were going crazy. Okay? So this chart really represents what happened. You can visually see what happened in this one. This is sales of food and, just anything that consumers buy, including food. Right? And so it's rising like that, and you can see the big gap that occurred with the pandemic, with the lockdowns, and then it responds right back. And this is through February. This is through a year ago today. Right? And then what happens? Then we get the news that everything is opening up, cases are down, the states are taking off the restrictions, all this stuff. And what did consumers do? They went out with a vengeance and started spending everywhere. Okay? And so we didn't just stay on that trend line. We eclipsed it way above it. This is everybody going out and spending freely. Of course, they had a lot of helicopter money. What's that? That was all the stimulus money that they got, all those checks, those big checks, particularly last March. They're spending all that. And so producers weren't ready for this surge. They're ready for the trend line. That's what they're planning for, but no, we went way above that. So there wasn't enough inventory to supply all this demand, right? All that, we call it excess demand, all right? So what happened? Well, the euphoria was actually temporary. Vaccination rates slowed way down to 600,000. Delta came. Okay, so Delta came. That kind of dashed all of our hopes that the pandemic was over when Delta came. And Delta caused, more delays with factory closures, more sickness. A lot of our workers were out that dealt with transportation and logistics. We couldn't get stuff into fulfillment centers and warehouses. The docks were starting to pile up. This is when it all started happening, in the early summer to late summer. And then the mask mandates were restored, and that got us all unnerved, right? And then the vaccine mandates came. And that created all this divisiveness that we still see today, although some of those mandates are now being rejected. Okay? And then Omicron. After Delta came Omicron, which came in November, December. and infections increased again. Okay, so all of these things went right into production worldwide and interrupted it all. Not only the supply issue, and that's why I say in this first line, it's both the supply and demand. Not only the euphoria with excess demand, people wanting to buy everything, more so than ever, but also producers not being able to supply all this because demand was too high, and second of all, because of all the factory closures and the inability to get goods to market because of sickness. Okay? So here, I'll just put some of these things up. Ordering by large companies, it made things almost impossible. The just-in-time inventory that's so precise that we run on, out the window. Couldn't plan. That's why things are the way they are right now. Also, the customs procedures got much more complicated at the ports, and that delayed everything too. Longshoremen, rail workers, truckers were sick or had to quarantine, or they didn't like the vaccine mandate. So things just got all clogged up. So here's the Port of LA about a couple months ago. This is here's this big stack of containers. And you order stuff online, or you're a business and you order products from wherever, Singapore, Korea, even China. Okay, and they come in through Port of Long Beach, LA, and here they are. They're in one of these containers down at the bottom. When are you going to get your stuff? Well, it depends on when these trucks out here in front can get to that container. They're all congested and stacked up, and so it could take weeks or even months. And that's why the shelves are the way they are, because of all that congestion. Now, things are starting to clear up, but to get these containers filled with all this stuff to distribution centers and warehouses and fulfillment centers, well, that takes a lot. Okay, and we're still in this state. It's getting a little bit better, but we're still in this. Okay? So these are the things that aren't going away really quickly. The supply problem, the inflation problem, the labor force, which I'll talk about right now, and perhaps even the next variant. But I think we may be past that now. Okay? Demand for goods still remains strong, but the struggle to find workers is severe. And both of those are contributing to this inflation. So as long as we have this demand problem for workers, we're going to have higher inflation. All right, we're not seeing much improvement in any of these things. So here's the labor force. What's the labor force? What is that? That's a technical term, but what is it? It's everybody that is two things. Either working, so you're in the workforce, or you want to work, you're unemployed. That's it. That's what the labor force is. So the workforce over the labor force is normally like 95, 96, 97%, right? Because it's only that 2-3% that's unemployed. So that's what the labor force is, everybody that wants to work or is working. So there was the peak, and then, of course, the downturn and the lockdowns, and then a slow return, very slow return of the labor force. We lost 10 million people right off the bat. And then they've come back, but they're not all the way back, and it's been a very slow process. Why? Why aren't they coming back? Who are they? Why won't they get a job? They're caretakers, they're homeschoolers, they retired, there was accelerated retirement, or they received these enhanced federal unemployment benefits that they don't want to work. They don't need to, for the moment anyway. But now those are running out. So we're going to see those come back. In fact, that's what happened in January. We think we're still 1 million short, but we had this big surge in January, okay, right there. So that's optimistically that we're getting the labor force back, but we're still 1 million people short. 1 million people in the labor force that we need. We need them badly. Here's the job openings in the U.S., all-time record high. Not by a little either, by a lot. All-time record high of open positions. Here's what it normally was in 2019, which was still high, 7 million job openings. And now we're at 11 million. So we've increased job openings by 50%. 50%. That's how bad the labor market tightness is right now. We need the labor force back. We need everybody back. And certainly enough, we got a supply-demand issue, so it's driving up wages. Really high, 6-7% in some cases, but they're now starting to come back down. So very high wage growth, but wages are, they're soaring, but inflation is soaring too, so it's not leaving you any better off. It's just offsetting your wage increase. Okay? Here's restaurant employment in California. Restaurant. And so that's the level of as of December. Why aren't restaurant workers back? Huh? Do restaurants not have any business? Can they not employ these people? We're 200,000 shy. Where are these workers? We need them. I mean, you go into a restaurant now, or you make a reservation, or you can't make a reservation because they're full. And then if you walked by the restaurant, you'll see half the table's still empty. Why? They can't get the restaurant workers to staff those tables. So they just don't even bother allowing you to reserve that. That's what's happening right now. Now, fortunately here, we're not seeing that in the data. So you've gotten all your restaurant workers back and your hotel workers for the most part. And in fact, you've had a complete recovery, and more so. So again, this is occurring regionally, but for overall California, it's a problem. Not here. And I'll show you some more of your local slides later. Okay, so we think that this will ultimately come back and normalize, just like we saw it for the nation in January. So we're looking forward to the February, March numbers, and hopefully all those people will start to be coming back. But the problem is this, is that people have been sick, so they've been out of the labor force, or they're taking care of someone that's sick. Elderly, kids, whatever. Okay, so we have that. Or they're afraid of getting sick. Or they're homeschooling. They're formerly working parents who are now homeschooling their kids because of the stuff that they don't like in the schools, and particularly the mask mandates. Or they're staying at home because there's no child care. That has been limited, right? So there's all these categories, or people that retired. That's why the labor force is not back, and why we're having so much difficulty recruiting. And this, the whole parade of speakers before me talked all about this, right? It seems to be a parent issue. It's a parent issue, because when we look at prime age worker, a parent issue or it's a retired issue, we look at prime age workers, 25 to 54, who make up most of the labor force. They're all back. They've all come back. They're even at a higher rate than we were pre-pandemic. It's the people with kids that aren't back. So, that really focuses on what the problem is. So we're waiting for that to happen. We need that labor force. We need those million people back. We need all the people back in California. I'll talk about that in a minute. Let's talk about inflation ahead. Well, it's not ahead. It's right now. Okay, what's this? What's this? I can't see, I don't find it in my grocery store anymore, really. Exactly. It's sirloin steak. Okay? That's all it is. Steak or sirloin steak. All right. Here's the price of sirloin steak through January for the U.S. city average. Okay? It's just soared. It's $13 a pound. Okay, that's what it comes. But, pre-pandemic, it was $8. So since the pandemic hit, it's up 60%, on meat. And this is general meat prices, right? In fact, let's look at the 1-year price increase in these commodities here. So here they are. Here's just just a sample. I just selected a random sample. And here's the inflation that we've seen over the last year. So used cars, new cars, 12%. Aluminum. Why is aluminum? What happened to aluminum? We can't get aluminum through the ports. Most of it comes from Caribbean or Guinea. And it comes in containers. Can't get it in. It's hard to get in. And they've had closures too, because that's where the bauxite is mined, which of course goes into aluminum. And then meat, poultry, food, gasoline. This is in California, gasoline went from $3.41 a year ago on average to to $4.74 today. Today, I did this yesterday, so that was yesterday's price on Gas Buddy. Okay, that's up 40%. 40% increase in gasoline. Okay, oh, here, let me just go back real quick. And then you got milk, grains, coffee. These are all double digits, or significantly higher. That's what you're paying. That's what you're paying right now for these commodities right now versus a year ago. Okay? So this all started in March and April when things started to open up, and it's due to the supply. It's due to supply shortages, the massive government spending that we're seeing, and new energy policies that have been put in place by the current administration. And those oil prices have gone from $47 January a year ago to 99. Well, it was 99 when I checked it this morning. Okay, I think it backed off a little bit, so it's not quite that high, but nevertheless. The point is still made. Oil prices have doubled. Gasoline has nearly doubled in some places. So we have these shortages. We have shortages in all these things, and there's a whole bunch of reasons for it. It's just not the supply, but we've got droughts and things kind of going on. But here they all are. You know, chicken and beef and New Zealand lamb, that's going to be really high, and we can't get that into the ports. And paper products have been difficult, and grains and everything. So shortages in everything. And then on top of that, because the price level has gone up, Social Security has got to respond because its payments are tied to the price level. So, you know, Social Security payments are going up. The highest they've gone up in what? It's 40 years. This is going to just exacerbate inflation even further. Gives you a good reason to retire. Okay? Make more money with your payments. Here, quiz number 3. How can you personally minimize the impacts of inflation? Okay, so raise your hand. I can work from home and save on gas. Some of you are probably doing that. Okay, right? So that's one way. But nobody wants to do that. Okay, you don't want to stay at home. I can buy bitcoins and other cryptos and hope they don't implode. You won't get, yeah, because the inflation isn't affecting them, it's affecting the dollar. Okay? I can demand a raise and hope I don't get fired, right? You probably won't, yeah, okay. Just demand a raise, get more wage. You're not going to get fired, not in this tight labor market, so you can scratch that last part. That's not going to happen. I can retire and collect inflated Social Security payments, just like I said. Yes, you can do that. That will help you beat inflation to some extent. I can avoid meat, seafood, chicken, bread, coffee, pet food, wine, and Japanese whiskey. I die from starvation or stress, or I can become a vegetarian and therefore a social outcast. So all of these are true. All of them are right answers. Right? But none of them are very palatable, for that matter. Do you believe inflation is a problem and will remain so throughout 2022? Okay, let's go through that. Do you believe? Okay, I haven't even given you the answers. Boy, at least you're paying attention. Yes. Of course. Without a doubt. A, B, and C. And all of the above. Okay. Yes. Okay. You all got that right. All right. No matter which one you picked. This is what we're going to have with us. So you need to do what you can to, to kind of try to get by, wade through the inflationary spiral that we're seeing. I don't think it's going to necessarily be runaway, but it's going to be elevated the way it is. You are going to be paying higher prices for certain things, in general. And if you are an employer, you're going to certainly be paying higher wages. So be ready for that. Let me turn to California. Okay, this is the drought map. This is the drought map on, as you can see, the date down there, November 16th. And the red is extreme drought, and the rust color, the deeper red, is exceptional drought. All right? So that's the way it was in November. Now, let's fast forward to February. And now the map looks like this. So we only have a little bit of extreme drought up there in red, but most of the state is in severe drought. So we've gotten better, and that was due to all the rains that we had. Okay, so the immediate concerns we have are drought. We had, that bone dry January, and now even this month too, after all that rain that we got. The Sierra snowpack doesn't look good on the normal yearly cycle on the February 1st measure. It's very disappointing. And then we still have pandemic weariness. That, in all the surveys, Californians are saying, boy, it's really impacted me in some way. Stress, anxiety, whatever. California has really had more interventions than most other states throughout this entire endeavor, right? And then supply bottlenecks at the ports of LA, Long Beach in particular, but also Oakland. Conditions are improving a little bit, but they could easily go back to where they were, given, problems that we're seeing perhaps in other countries. And then housing remains a stressful issue. Not as much here, but most other places, particularly coastal California. So that's an immediate concern of Californians. So here's the obligatory employment chart for California. You can see that that's not back. We're still below the pre-pandemic peak by hundreds of thousands of workers. Where are these workers? Where are they? And we have a problem with the labor force here too. Now, we're lagging everybody else in the nation just about, and that's because our interventions were a lot more severe and a lot more prolonged, as you know. And then we had school closures the entire academic year, and schools in session. Community college, universities, even grade schools, high schools, they're big economic engines, and they were all closed. So that didn't help, okay? But going forward, this year and next, our forecast actually outpaces the rest of the nation. Okay, so there is a bright side to all this. There's a lot of optimism on how things can change as long as we can get by all the pandemic crap. We need to get above that. All sectors are currently in recovery in California. The ones that are still problematic, needless to say, are the leisure and hospitality. I showed you restaurants, that component of it. And then, of course, public education. So those are the two sectors in particular that aren't responding yet back to recovery. And I'll show you some pictures of where things are. So here's that leisure and hospitality. You can see it's not coming back strongly, and it's because, of course, as I've talked about, we can't get the workers. Look, it's very sluggish. We need you in this industry. Do you guys want a second job? We need you. Natalie, you wanted a job, right? Well, you need to go down and bag groceries at Albertsons at night. We need you all to take a second job. This is really hurting things. Here's leisure and hospitality job openings nationwide. Look at that. They were less than 1 million. Now they're 1.7 million. Things have they're almost double what they were. So it's not as if we can't employ these people. We just don't have them. So this is the state of the labor force today in the United States, and it's happening in other places as well. And it's creating a lot of problems. So there it is, the downturn for the labor force in California, and you can see that it's not really rising much. But we hope to get these people back. Again, it's all about the pandemic. Although we can't get the retired people back, well, maybe we can get them back. We offer them enough ways we can get back the retired. So if any of you are retired, what do you need to come out of retirement? Right, see? Right? We need to make you an offer you can't refuse. But we're 400,000 workers down, 360,000. But it's not that we need 360,000 to get back to normal. No, this is trend line here. We need about 500,000, 600,000, 700,000. So we're in really, shaky shape right now. Okay, so here's some sectors. Here's professional and business services. And professional and business services is all these things. You can just read those professions: technicians, engineers, programmers, HR people, admin services, accountants, lawyers, architects, whatever. And you can see we're all the way back. So that's completely recovered. and more so, right? So that isn't a problem. You see my other charts, they're not back. Leisure and hospitality is not back. Here, STEM jobs, major engine in California, all back, and more so. Big demand for STEM, right? Construction, there's a major engine here too. The high-speed rail project, which of course a lot of people think is quite dubious, is employing 6,000 constructors, or most ever. It's fully underway. And we've got tons of other infrastructure projects, and lots of industrial and distribution center projects, and even retail projects all over the state. Okay? It's quite impressive. And then the logistics employment, transportation, and moving goods around, getting them to destinations, to the retail, from seaports and from coming in from other states. That's at an all-time high. So these things have all recovered. Demand has been off the charts for these workers. Okay? So as I mentioned, these engines, housing development, infrastructure, international trade, all logistics, these are big factors to the economic vibrancy of California. And we're seeing this all wind up significantly right now, and that's why the forecast for California is very auspicious this year. Anything tech is big, and then tourism. Quickly, tourism. We got hotel occupancy rates for the average hotels throughout California to come all the way back. That was in September or August or something of just last year, right? And then the variants hit, which stopped travel. So that's why you see it starting to erode. So again, it's all about the pandemic. It gets in there insidiously. It interrupts all the economic activity and causes these ebbs and flows, and it just dashes consumer sentiment like we've seen. That's the problem. Here, let me talk about real estate really quickly at the state level. So this is the Zillow research homepage. And this Zillow kind of says it all in this one. This was just a couple days ago. Inventory down. So inventory is a big issue. Mortgage rates are increasing. So that's now starting to become an issue. And then home prices soaring. And we know that's been an issue. Okay, that's kind of, Zillow sums it up. Here's home sales in California. That was the pandemic. Went straight down. Then big recovery, huge recovery, more so than pre-pandemic. It all responded back in a jiff. And then it kind of settled down, but it's still higher than it was pre-pandemic by a large margin. Real estate has been just the hottest sector. And you can see that the January number, actually, we saw a pretty good blip for home sales in California. And selling prices. Here, back in 2019, the median price was $600,000. In 2020, it went up to $700,000. And in 2021, it went up to $800,000. That fast. Okay? This downturn that you're seeing is just seasonal. Doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean things are going down. It just means, this is typical for this time of year. But that's how fast things got. And then, James talked about, from the Association of Realtors, about the inventory problem. Yeah, the inventory problem is the worst we have ever seen it in California. As of right now, the January number is the lowest, and this chart goes back to 2007, but I could have taken it back to 1982, and you still wouldn't see a lower number. Okay, we need homes for sale. We don't see them. And then new homes. Are we constructing new homes? Some. Okay, I'll show you that. But because of the lack of inventory and because of the sales are very, very high, we've got these appreciation rates that are just nuts in California. Look at that, year by year. Those are the appreciation rates. You can see the last 2 years. 11, nearly 20. Appreciation. New home production. Yeah, it was up last year. So this is new homes. But we can't seem to break through the 125,000 threshold. They say we need 200,000. We're never going to get there. We need that per year for about the next 10 years in order to get back to some semblance of rationale in the market. We're not going to get there. So we don't have the new homes. We don't have the existing homes. And workers don't have places to go. Okay? We need your house. We need you to sell your house. And you could move, particularly if you're retired. We need your house for workers. And then you can move to Idaho. Or wherever. Move to a red state and be free. You know? Here, a faster recovery will occur this year because now the schools are open, right? The travel business should boom with all the controls taken off. Larger events could occur like this. How many of these are occurring? Right? The pace of the labor market recovery will hasten, but the labor force has got to come back. You're going to still see more out-migration because of the housing prices. And since the state is really not that serious about increasing housing, if they did, they would really look at some of the things that are really obstructing housing, like CEQA, like California Environmental Quality Act. They need to kind of revise that, because that allows anybody to sue any housing tract and bottle it up for years, and then we can't get housing. So we need to kind of like we need to rethink some of these things. We're still going to have the housing crisis in California. Okay, so here's the lessons that you should have learned so far in the presentation to date. Okay, you should have learned that growth is now downgraded for the year, but most economic sectors are still rising. They're just behind schedule. All right, we need you to go back to work now. We need you to go back to work. Even if you're retired, you need to come back to work. The labor force is the problem, right? That's the biggest problem. Well, that and the supply change, those two things are really driving up the inflation. If you can fog a mirror, you can get a job. You know it, I know it, everybody knows it. So, Natalie, we need you down at Albertsons. Okay, we need you to sell your home. Okay, so sell it. You'll get the great price for it. Record levels. All right? There's plenty of housing in Oklahoma. Okay? All right, talk about the regional. Okay, real quickly, IWV economy. You know, last year, if you listened to my talk, it was, you know, it was that virtual thing. You know, I talked about the merits of the IWV economy because things never eroded that much. Hardly, the area hardly felt it. Okay, there was some fallout, but not much. And so great progress through 2020, but that progress slowed in 2021. The recovery remained intact, but there were these ebbs and flows, and you've seen most of them now, all the variants and, you know, Delta coming and Omicron coming and the supply issues, okay? And so that interrupted basically tourism here. We saw it in the indicators, and certainly film production. But film production did come back, okay? So the labor force didn't. You had a similar labor force issue as everybody else, and that is still producing a drag today. Still producing a drag today. So we need that to reconcile. So this is the change in employment from December 2019, when it was more normal. So you see we come crashing down for California and Kern, and then it starts to improve and gets better. We're not back to where it was in December of 2019 for these two jurisdictions, but it's getting there. And so this is Ridgecrest. See, it never went down like them. But then again, it's not necessarily improving as fast as the other two. So that's why I say there's been sort of this thing you got stuck in. It's because the labor force isn't back, because everybody's so busy to recruit. Here's another way to look at that. Just look at total jobs. Okay, that was the peak, and 2020 actually looked pretty good, the recovery, but it kind of relapsed with all the different things that were going on last year. It's starting to improve. I mean, it's not starting. It's been improving, but we're not back to normal here. You're still 300 workers shy of where you were at the peak. Okay? And one of the big reasons, which you've heard over and over again, is that we saw, a lot of this attrition that has not been re-recruited for at China Lake. So here's total on board, the entire workforce, all tenants, everything. Military, contractors, civilians. And so it's down this year. This was the most recent numbers that we just got a few weeks ago for 2022. So this is one of the reasons that the workforce isn't quite back yet, is because of this. So when I look at the largest employers, we do the survey every year, and this is from January, early February. Federal civilians at China Lake, We're down 185 from a year ago, but this is their current employment levels. All right? The hospital's up, Walmart's up, Salex and Albertsons are down. So there's 9 workers at Albertsons. Natalie, you could make it 8. Okay? So, you know, when you look at this and you think, oh, God, they're laying people off. No, they're not laying people off. They can't find people. That's the problem. That's the issue. You know, here, let me show you this. Why can't the labor market recover? It's not returned because employers can't hire. There's 300 jobs to get us back to that level, pre-pandemic. When I look on Indeed for Ridgecrest or China Lake, either one, it's the same amount. There are 627 open positions that are being currently advertised for. That would more than double getting us back to recovery, and then some, right? And this was just 2 days ago I did this on Indeed. So this is the amount of job ads for Ridgecrest, 627. Most of these firms are recruiting direct support from China Lake. In fact, China Lake alone, just the base alone, there's 101 advertised positions, just on Indeed. I mean, there's going to be, you know, just as Captain Vaughn said, they're looking for 600 people. But, you know, it's these big surges that we're seeing in the job search engines. You know, and so here are the biggest ones that I found of the 627. Here they are. The hospital needs 80. At least that's the number of ads on Indeed. Salix, that was down year over year, they've got 52 open positions they want to recruit for. In fact, you know, most of these are, you know, IT or tech support or federal system support. They're all base oriented. So this would all go direct to supporting the China Lake operations. We can't seem to fill the recruiting. That's the issue right now. We can't get all the technical and engineering and scientific jobs here. You can see the employment in the Ridgecrest area is not yet back to where it was because we can't recruit them. Not yet. The trend is up, but we're not there yet. Not back to the original peak. Unemployment rates, that's Kern, that is California, and then Indian Wells Valley is the lowest. And even the city of Ridgecrest within the Indian Wells Valley is even lower. It's 2.8% unemployment rate. Again, if you can fog a mirror, you can get a job. Get it anywhere. Hotel motel occupancy in Ridgecrest, it basically came all the way back as of September. But then, you know, the Omicron variant kind of killed off a little bit of the travel in the last few months of the year, and that's why occupancy rates weren't quite as high. So again, it's about the pandemic. It's about the pandemic. Death Valley visitors, you know, one of the most important national parks for visitors in the entire country. This came all the way back in 2020. You can see it came all the way back to its previous peak, but then it lapsed again in 2021 due to, again, all these other factors that we're seeing. And it's trying to make a comeback, but it will, and tourism will be back up to all-time record highs. And filming permits, people for on-site locations here, getting permits, that rebounded in 2021. Not back to where, you know, we'd like to see it, but nevertheless, it's coming back. So everything is rebounding, everything is responding. Construction employment is way up. It's at all-time record highs right now. All-time record high. Needless to say why that's the case, but there it is, big numbers. And this doesn't even capture all the numbers, because a lot of the contractors that report some of their workers won't report them in Ridgecrest. They'll report them in their headquarters back in Orange County or something. So the state doesn't count everybody because of that confusion. So this is going to be a lot higher for actually people on site. Here's the building of new units. Here's new housing permits approved and permits issued. Big surge last year. This is Mojave. Was big here, the apartments. But it's been rising, you can see. It's been better every single year, almost. So that's driving construction employment. And then the projects. You know, you've heard various things about the projects today. You know, James talked about some of these too. Red Rock Villas, that's canceled. That's not going to go quite yet. And then you got Mojave View, which, that's grading. The Holiday Inn's under construction. The Oasis project, that will start. Apparently that's been graded, and that will start in the summer. The sewer plant, that's that Public Works project. What's wrong with that? Still in design. Well, it's running against something. It's running against this guy. Right? What's this? To each hub. Okay, so they got to make some workarounds to design the outflow of the sewer plant to accommodate the to each hub. But this happens all over California. So there's a lot of projects going or will go. And then you've got all the work with cricket. Now I'm going to just skip over this because, Captain Scott talked all about this, and he had the most recent numbers. But, we had a total of 24 projects underway, or 18 underway of all that are approved, and the build-up of construction, the whole thing. You can read about it in our book. And besides, you're probably inundated with all the information that you've seen. Here's home prices, and we already got a little preview of this. Last year, it was up 13% year over year. Okay? Big surge, just like we're seeing all over California. And you can see there's been a slow march upward, right? In fact, the annual average, not what it is now, which James said was 250,000. The average annual was about 230,000. Now, since the annual average, it's come up another 20,000, right? And you can see where Ridgecrest is compared to all your neighbors in the east part of the county. Still quite affordable. Okay, and these are, again, recent annual numbers. Okay, let me give you the forecast, then I'm done. Okay, I look at the index of leading indicators to see where things are. This is a composite group of indicators. It gives us ideas about where things are going to be 6 to 9 months because of their sort of leading characteristic. And this has been up ever since we took off the lockdowns. But the January number kind of went down. So you can see that there is some the indicators got compromised by current events, particularly Omicron and the sentiment problems with consumers. But nevertheless, we still think that after 5.6% GDP growth last year, that we're going to be about 4.2 this year, and then 2.7 next year. So relatively decent growth, strong growth this year, moderating to where we were back pre-pandemic levels. That's the consensus. So no major recession, no stagflation, although that's still a possibility. Nevertheless, this is the consensus of forecast for going forward, right? Here's the best case scenario is Omicron dying off as expected, and no major variant emerging or on the horizon. Well, that's pretty much where we are right now. Omicron's died off, no variant. The U.S. adopts the pandemic is over policy, like all these other countries did, or like these states. Okay? If we can adopt that in general, then we can call off the pandemic, everybody will start feeling better about everything, sentiment will start to increase, worldwide sentiment will increase, production will increase, supply conditions will start to return to normal, the labor force will come back, wages won't increase as much, inflation will start coming down. That's how it all will work. That's the best case scenario. Labor force returns, vaccine mandates are withdrawn, we need to take that away. And Russia does not invade Ukraine. Well, so we can cross that off the list. That doesn't help. Look what happened to the stock market today. And that's going to just dash sentiment further. We hope the invasion can be, short-fused somehow. Let's hope that it's not going to escalate worse. But we need the global economic recovery, too, to strengthen. So we need that. Our worst case scenario would be that, we require boosters, the mandates stay in place, the pandemic continues, we still get confusing guidance, which hasn't helped. The supply bottlenecks don't get reconciled quick enough. We get closures in other countries because of the pandemic and other variants. We can't have that. We need factories opened. We need production. And then we get further corrections in the stock market. No, we need that to be resolved, right? And then finally, inflation could remain elevated and persist because of more big trillion-dollar projects coming out of Washington. We don't need those. In fact, we need them to rescind as many of them. That would be the best thing for inflation. We don't need that stuff anymore. Incomes are just fine. Expected inflation will drive interest rates higher. If we continue to expect inflation, which we're getting to that point, so security's expecting it, that's why they're raising it. So that's an expectation. If more organizations do that, then interest rates are just simply going to go higher. They're already going higher, regardless of what the Fed does, because of the bond market, the daily bond market, and the pessimism on the part of bond traders driving interest rates higher. We're already seeing that. Okay? And then if the Fed doesn't act quickly, and they're not acting quickly. They're not acting quickly. They should have raised interest rates 2 or 3 times by now, I think, in order to really meet this inflation head on, but they haven't done it yet. They've hardly done anything. So we're waiting for that to occur. Okay. For this region, I'm looking at the DoD budget because that directly, of course, affects military installations. And when I look at the Congressional Budget Office long-term view forecast for DoD expenditures, they're up. Well, they move at the rate of inflation. So they're rising at the rate of, so no big downturn. In fact, the FY 2022 budget was a big increase that they pushed through. So that's going to help a lot. And again, no diminishment in overall operations budget over the next several years from what we can tell now, but of course that can change. For the local economy, the budget is going to be helpful to the area for the indefinite future. All right, the construction stimulus is going to be extremely helpful, but you've already heard that from everybody, and it's all true. Tourism is bouncing back, and if you're not in the labor force yet, we need you back right now. That's it. That's one of the lessons. You know, go out and get a second job. You'll help out everything. All right? Okay, now everything I've talked about here, particularly, well, with everything I talk about regionally, is in our new book. It's now available for download. Tim, where is it? It's on the website. It's on the Chamber website, right? So download it. It's 41 pages, jam-packed with all this information and more. Okay, and that's it. That's my talk for the year.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Schneep. All right, our last presentation of the day is kind of a new, we started this last year, and it's a panel of entrepreneur panel. So our first panelist is going to be Cedric Knight, founder, chief executive officer, and president of New Direction Technologies, Inc. We have John Paul Lake, managing partner of the Kern Venture Group and co-founder of Kite. We have Angela Watson, program manager for Golden State PTAC. And we have S.O. Witt Energy and Space Consultant Stu Witt.
Wrong one, yes, no.
I don't know what happened. They tried to cut me off. Imagine that. Our panelists are joined by Dr. Jeremy Wood, Associate Professor of Management and Entrepreneurship at Cal State University, Bakersfield. All right, so welcome our panelists.
And 5 speakers. Does anybody have an issue?
How about now?
sharing
There we go. Proximity issue. Okay, so I know that some of our panelists have upcoming engagements. I imagine some of you do too, since we're running so behind. So sorry for not having a break, but we're going to just jump right in and have a brief, fun conversation, but be respectful of time. So JP, I know you in particular have a B3K meeting, so I wanted to start with you. You know, you've been working on kites, you've been running Current Venture Group for a couple years now. The B3K initiative has really been picking up steam. I think it's safe to say that, like, this is the most extended, like, cooperation and momentum that we've had for entrepreneurship in Kern County for a long time. So can you talk a little bit about, like, success stories, some things that are challenging, and where you see things going in the next year or two?
Yeah, well, thank you, Jeremy. Thanks, everyone. This is my first time to the conference. Not my first time in Ridgecrest. I know that you get tired of seeing people who come across the hill once and then they don't come back. So I've been out here every month for the last 4 or 5 months now, and I'm doing that because I do care about the future of Kern County. I'm very passionate about entrepreneurship, and that has ultimately led to the work that I'm doing in all 3 of those areas, which is B3K, Kern Venture Group, and KITE. Many of you probably don't know what maybe even any of those 3 things are, and so briefly, KITE is the Kern Initiative for Talent and Entrepreneurship. It's a partnership between my foundation and KEDC. Kern Venture Group is the first venture capital and angel investment fund in Kern County. We invest in startups. I know there are talented people everywhere in Kern County. Why do I know that? Because God gave each one of us certain gifts, skills, talent, and passion. And if you can help a young person or an old person, or maybe seeking a second career, pursue that passion with the talent that they've been given, we can create a brighter future for our economy. So some of the wins that we've seen, CSUB is going to be starting a Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. That cohort will start in May. There's people here from CSUB that I'm helping with the Antelope Valley campus. Hopefully we can get entrepreneurship connections there along with Professor Wood's help. There is a organization in Bakersfield called Bitwise that started an accelerator and incubator for the first time. And then also under KITE, and maybe most importantly and relevant to those of you here on this side of the mountain, we are bringing a 10-week accelerator program called Co-Starters to all outlying communities in Kern County. We're starting in Kernville this spring, and I would love to see us offer that here in Ridgecrest. Our foundation covers all of the cost except for a $200 fee. We need someone to teach that locally out here. I've already connected with your mayor. He's very excited about it. It's a 10-week course. I know there's some diamonds in the rough out here that if we put them through some of these programs, they're going to develop the new things. I loved the presentation from the base earlier. That tech transfer is a huge, huge opportunity and need. I know Stu understands that even better than I do. And so that would just be one thing in particular that I could see us starting out here. One more might be how many moms here in the room maybe had a side hustle selling things on Etsy or a little small business, you're running it out of your house. What if you had a women's co-working center here in Ridgecrest with a child care attached? So a mom who wants to start a business could actually go somewhere, hand the little kids off to somebody, and she can start working on her business. You know, we compete in a global economy. Ideas are everywhere, opportunity is everywhere. So I'll put those 2 ideas out there as one that maybe Ridgecrest could grab hold of.
Stu, Angela, Cedric, I want to make sure, I already knew about JP's meeting. How are you guys on time?
I'm good.
Cedric?
About 1:30.
Okay. You mind if I keep going this way, Cedric?
Absolutely,
Okay, so,
no problem.
Thank you. Stu, you know, I've seen you speak multiple times, and you're a really inspiring speaker about the future of what we're doing and what we can do in space. But I know you are now working a lot more with energy and data storage as well. So I'd just love for you to give your talk on where we are and where we're going in terms of those any of those 3 areas.
Okay, and first, thanks, Jeremy, and thanks to the Chamber for an opportunity to be back on this stage. It's been about 20 years. So on the space side, when I took over Mojave in 2004, April of 2004, there were about 270 people working at the airport, 14 little companies. And my goal was to do something bold and to bring a major industry into the east side of the mountain that would fit. Now that may sound corny to people, but it doesn't do you any good to bring businesses in that don't fit. And so I took my core team on a little offsite for 3 days, and we built a picture. And all I really did for the next 14 years was build the picture. We created it on a piece of paper, and all we did was build it. But one of the things we had to do was figure out who was going to pay for it, and I wasn't going to go ask the state for funds or the federal government for funds to do that. So we decided to have a billionaire summit. Now that sounds real corny. Peter Diamandis and I got together one day, and we decided between us, and he knew most of them, we knew 9 billionaires in the United States. So he said, let's invite them, and they have to bring their own jet, and we're going to have a 3-day event, 1 day in LA, and 1 day at Mojave, and 1 day on a submarine out of La Jolla. So we set all this, it sounded pretty bold, we set it all up, and I think we were both shocked because 54 showed up. And we had people, Ratan Tata from India flew into Mojave. I'd never met him and started a friendship. We just showed people the possible and what we were trying to do, and investments were literally made that day. And that led to Paul Allen, Richard Branson, Ratan Tata, and Mr. Seymour, who happened to be the president of Northrop at the time. And so we used that as the springboard, and I can nearly guarantee everybody in the room, with 1 billionaire investing in your business, you can probably be successful. With 4, I guarantee it. And so that was basically how we did it in space, and so then I had to figure out what infrastructure to build to support that space industry that was looking for a home. And one of the young people that showed up was named Elon, and he was 29. And that started a friendship, which continues today. So back then, I gave a speech in front of the county workers in Bakersfield, and I didn't know there were so many county workers, this big auditorium, and they asked me to predict what might happen as a result. And I said, I predict that with the shutdown of the shuttle program, which was forecast to be somewhere around 2010, actually went to 2011, we had the potential of creating 3 or 4 astronauts in Mojave, and the potential of actually launching a couple satellites from Mojave. And I was wrong. I was way off. There's now been 7 winged astronauts created in Mojave, and I don't know how many satellites, and you probably don't even know what's happening. In fact, today, Stratolaunch is flying its 4th flight, and that's Paul Allen's biggest airplane in the world as a result of that billionaire summit. So Virgin Galactic flies a 747 with a liquid rocket under the wing, carrying up to 16 satellites per flight. They launch from Mojave, they fly a course across central California out to the warning areas and launch on a certain trajectory. And you heard somebody say, you heard the captain talk a little bit about rocketry is hard because you got to have a fine place to put energetic liquids and stuff that explodes. And that was no small task. So right down the road, there's a place that has one of those licenses for commercial operators. The L-1011 still flies Pegasus launches, solid rocket motor under the wing of an L-1011, the last one flying in the world. And then you've got Richard Branson's people carrier, it's White Knight 2, and the Stratolaunchers. So those billionaire investors, 4 of those worked out pretty well for Eastern Kern County. My prediction is the Maston Space Systems, another small company building Martian, asteroid, and lunar landers, started in 2007, I believe. He was just selected by NASA. He will be flying 4th quarter of this year on a lunar mission to be the first lander on the south pole of the moon. That's from Mojave, folks. And they're building that in a building where we used to change the oil in our airport trucks. So it doesn't have to be pretty. You have to give people permission, and there's powerful things in telling companies you want their business. That was sort of the secret. So that's what I see happening.
Great, thank you very much, Stu. Angela, that one deserves some inspiring applause. You all do, but I couldn't hold back from them applauding a little bit. Thank you, Stu. Angela, I was told by Tim earlier to not use acronyms without explaining them, and then I did that with JP. So it's really nice to have a Golden State PTAC now in Kern County, and that, I believe, stands for Procurement Technical Assistance Center, right?
Yes, that's accurate.
So I know you and I have talked about SBIRs a little bit, which are Small Business Innovation Research Grants, and I know you also do a lot with helping small businesses to get into procurement with the federal government. So could you just kind of talk a little bit about what the PTAC does and kind of your successes and challenges over the last year since you set up?
Yeah, absolutely. So the Procurement Technical Assistance Center program is a national program that's mostly funded by DoD and then also partially funded by nonprofit hosts. So, and the whole mission of the program is to help diversify the supplier base to the government. So anybody that wants to sell their goods and services to the federal, state, or local government can get education and guidance through a PTAC center like ours for no cost. So we're really here to help build the small business community and identify and add a potential revenue stream for them in addition to their commercial revenue lines. So, the government buys everything, more than you even realize. And so we help guide, like I said, through various aspects, one-on-one counseling training, helping them build their marketing package, but all of it's really about helping them figure out who in the government at whichever level or all levels buys what you sell and how do they buy it. Now, the interesting thing being up on this stage with these gentlemen here is that I'm talking about government funds, and Stu just said he really didn't want to go to the state or federal governments for funds because, it made more sense for his projects to lift with private funding, and it's incredible to hear that success. The more I dive into this world, the more I see the spectrum of funding for folks who are doing research and development projects. The SBIR, so Small Business Innovation and Research, and STTR, Small Business Technology Transfer programs are specific. The federal government likes to call them America's Seed Fund. So it's a little bit in the vein of what JP was talking about, but with federal funds. So essentially, there are 11 agencies that are at the federal level who participate in the SBIR, and 5 of those also participate in STTR. And they have very specific topics based on forecasts of what they want to develop over the course of a year. And it's a very structured program, these 2 programs are. So anybody that's interested in pursuing federal funds to get an idea going, they have to match up with a topic, they submit a proposal, and follow a process to go through that. Some of the things that we run into as obstacles are not wanting to maybe share intellectual property with the government. So it really depends on the type of program and R&D that each individual business owner is doing, and we can help them maybe discern whether they want to follow that path or potentially do some of the faster track R&D development, like the gentleman from the base were saying earlier, the CRADA type contracts where it's R&D and it's an accelerated R&D type of thing. And then there's also some really neat things happening with public and private funds where they're considered consortiums. And one I recently got to tour was over at Port Hueneme at the coast, and it's Fathom Works, and they're working with the naval base over there and also private funding. So there's that spectrum that I'm getting to see. And I'm kind of in my program representative of the federal funds, but it's really cool to hear the other end of the spectrum too and know that that's out there. So hopefully I can make some of those connections in our community and working with your program. just by education of what's out there and available.
Angela, just a real quick clarification before we move on to Cedric. I don't know, I may have missed it, but can you tell people what's sort of the average and top amount that you could apply for a small business innovation research grant?
Okay,
Just
so
real quick.
yes, phase one, so the initial just, feasibility and testing of concept. And again, applicable to the specific agency topics that have been posted. That's phase one, and that can be an award of $50,000 up to $250,000 typically in the SBIR program. And it goes up from there in phase two.
Thanks. Cedric, I made you wait the longest, so I sent you two questions beforehand, one about your story and one about sort of the particular perspective that NDTI, acronym again, New Directions Technologies Incorporated, right?
Yes.
About kind of your outlook on the future of defense and aerospace technology, given your unique position in software and prototype development. So you can pick which question you'd like to answer.
Well, thanks, Jeremy, for
No
the
problem.
invitation. Thanks to the Chamber for the invitation. I don't know, I can't see as far as I used to. If there's anybody out there from the city, thank you all for what you've done for us over the years. I see a lot of good friends out here in the audience that I haven't seen in a long time. There's Scott, there's Pat. Let me stop while I'm ahead because I can't see that far. But anyway, thanks for the opportunity. And this is particularly important for me because this is, as you know, this is Black History Month. And that's my heritage. I want to start with today, then I'll go back. And today, I have here in the audience with us our Chief Operating Officer, John Paul. I want you guys to stand up. Our Director of Contracts, Abigail Gardner. Our Director of Finance, Green Syke. And our Payroll Specialist, Angie Dress. Did I miss anybody? I got everybody, right? Okay. Now, I want to acknowledge them because they run the company that we started here in town in the mid-90s with just a bunch of ideas. And now we have our own buildings over there that we lease from ourselves, thanks to the city. We have somewhere around 215, 220 employees. Our corporate office is here. The journey started here, and we continue that journey, and it's been with a lot of community support. When I first started, it was very difficult. People thought I was crazy because I wanted to start a company here in town. Now, the reason I started the company, most people think it's because I wanted to go win contracts from the base, but it was really because I had this vision of technology and getting involved in software and doing things that hadn't been done before in the technology business. For the old folks that have been around like me, the internet was very young then. The World Wide Web was very young, and I wanted to be a part of what that was about. Probably remember what was called an internet service provider around here in town. It's called DirectNet. Well, that was the first venture that we started, and I got inspired to do things like that and to start this business because of what I saw in the community. The Ferris family has been a family business around here for a long time. The Mather family, the Fergusons that built has built a lot of homes around here in the community. So I said, if they can do it, I can do it, and do it in the space that I'm familiar with. So it's been a long journey, a lot of stops and starts. My idea was to build a piece of software that today is called enterprise software. And at that time, I didn't know that. We used Windows 3.1. That was long before Windows 95 or Windows 210. But we stayed with that vision, but in order to do that, we recognized that we needed to be able to prove the concept. And so that led us into the services business. And that's what New Directions is today, and we're very pleased and proud. We got employees that work here in town. Don't know where the numbers came from in that brief, but I think we got, about 110 people around here in town, JP? We have people across the country in about 8 of the western states. And up until last year, we had 100 people supporting NASA at about 4 or 5 different NASA centers. So we've been able to do that, but it took a lot of sacrifice, took a lot of commitment. It took a lot of vision. I've stayed with the vision ever since I started the company. And it took a lot of faith. I started out with a lot of faith. Jesus Christ and prayers from my father have kept me going and allowed the company to thrive. And I appreciate that. And the wonderful team that we've got here. I didn't start out with a team that's sitting at this table that do the things that they do. That happened over a lot of years and with a lot of support. I guess we're called, and my colleague Stu here is aware of it because we share an office and we sort of grew up together over the last 30 years. We're a cybersecurity support company. And so, I watched all of the slides here with a lot of interest that were presented on the economic outlook. Last year was the best year we've ever had in the company. And ironically, most of our workforce telecommutes in all of those states. And the recruiting challenges and the labor force challenges and all the things that were discussed, we've been dealing with that ever since I've been in business. But the COVID years were really particularly bad. But we made it. Even in the corporate office here, we shut the office down for the first 3 months of the virus. And we put all the protocols and the science stuff in place, and we opened back up, and we've been open ever since. So I was sort of rambling a little bit about the history, how we got to where we are. What the future looks like, I can only talk about what it might look like from my vantage point, which is cybersecurity. And what I'll say is this. The World Wide Web has expanded since it first started. It's very fashionable to go put everything you got in the web. We have not done that. We host all our stuff right here in the building right across town. And I suspect here in the next 2 or 3 weeks, as a result of geopolitical events, you're probably going to see a lot of people rethink where they may be hosting stuff, because we'll find out just how good our cybersecurity posture is when we start getting attacked, because that's the war we just started in earnest. Hate to bring that, but that's the way I see it. I also think that we'll emerge from it just fine. We'll have a lot of carnage, but it will launch a whole new generation of technology experts and expertise and things that we really do well in this country. It will create the foundation for doing what we need to do, so that we can not only protect ourselves as we're connected to everything around the world, but also protect ourselves from those folks around the world that likes to steal all of our stuff. So anyway, a little bit of rambling. Any specific questions I'd be happy to field? Did I miss anything, Stu?
Just one thing. I'm not going to tell anybody what it is.
Okay. Anyway, just happy to be here, and Stu and I both could have retired. We chose not to. Scott O'Neill could have retired. He chose not to. We're still involved, and we're still doing things, and
Can I comment?
Just happy to be here. Go ahead.
For those of you who don't know, Cedric's probably my best friend. And Cedric and I started the Navy together 47 years ago. Yeah. And we kind of grew up together through some pretty strange times. And we met back at China Lake in the early 90s. And when I retired from Mojave, he said, I got an office for you 2 doors down from me. And we get to see each other every day. And a couple times a year, we go to Alaska and go fishing. We cry together when something happens in our family. We laugh together. We commiserate together, and you'd all have a blessed life if you have a friend as good as my friend Cedric. But the one thing he didn't tell you is that neither one of us ever been smart enough to know what we can't do. And you think about that for a second. We've tried a lot of things in our lives that didn't work, but we had the courage to try those things that didn't work in order to find the things that did work. And he came from humble beginnings in inner city Atlanta. His daddy was a Baptist minister in the civil rights era. I grew up in Onyx, and my dad raised pigs. So we talk about that and how blessed we've been. And we get to live in Ridgecrest because we can. So I had to say that about my friend Cedric.
Thank you, Steve.
So I want to be sensitive to both our speakers' time as well as everybody's time in the room. I could go on all day listening to you guys' stories and ask you more questions, but why don't we wrap up the panel for now? If anybody has questions, if any of you are able to stick around, we'll be back at the table, but let's cut the official thing now so that we can get a little bit back more on schedule. Does that sound okay? So let's give a big round of applause for our panelists.
Are we done? Yes, we can do. Thanks.
I'm torn from wanting to talk more, but wanting to accommodate everybody to not be late. So, thanks, man.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. All right. So now we're just going to have a few closing remarks by Chris Hill, a native of Ridgecrest. I want you to know I recently found out that Chris and I are related. We're second cousins. It really is a small world. So come on up, Chris. Oh, sorry. I forgot to mention that he is the Ridgecrest Chamber of Commerce president-elect.
All right, thanks, Truz. So in the interest of time, honestly, I'm gonna go ahead and pull an Eric, and I'm just gonna put that to the side. We really wanna thank you all for coming out today. We were aware that it went over, and we know that we did lose some of our audience, but thank you guys for sticking it out. We really appreciate you. We appreciate all of our speakers. Dr. Sneep, we really appreciate you as well. Thank you for coming. Thank you to all those who made this event happen. It really does take a lot. A couple things I want to point out. There is an app. I don't know, we didn't really talk much about it, but there's an IWV EOC app. If you just search that, when you pull that up, there's a survey that you're going to be able to fill out, and it'll help us gain insight into things that we can change and maybe some, insights into next year. And we'd really appreciate your assistance with that. The other thing is there are centerpieces on every table. Feel free to take one of those centerpieces if you feel, the desire to. Those were donated by Bernie's Landscaping. So thank you, Bernie. And with this, I adjourn this meeting. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you next year. Have a great day.